Chapter 856. Ma Zhou was very excited. Finally, the day of his success had arrived. Ma Zhou was very poor when he was young. He didn't even have enough food to eat. The reason why he wanted to participate in the imperial examination was because of his obsession. Only by doing so could he be considered outstanding. However, Zhang Feng's words just now seemed to have opened the door to another world for Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou's eyes instantly lit up. What about after high school? After achieving his wish, what did he want to do? He really didn't think about it. At this time, Zhang Feng's words woke him up from his dream. Ma Zhou couldn't help but have the urge to cry. Previously, when Zhang Feng taught them aerodynamics and other things that they couldn't understand, Ma Zhou listened very seriously. However, he was also calculating in his heart. This thing seemed profound, but it was completely different from what he needed. But now, Zhang Feng's words, especially that research institute, made Ma Zhou see the light. He didn't expect to surpass Dr. Sun's achievements in the future. As long as he could achieve the same achievements as Dr. Sun, it didn't matter if he didn't take the imperial examination. Zhang Feng also bowed to Ma Zhou and then said slowly, "Let's go. Since it's decided, I'm also in the mood today. I'll bring you to broaden your horizons. Don't always live in your own world." Ma Zhou heard this and bowed again. Then he stood behind Zhang Feng without looking sideways. His goal was finally achieved. Zhang Feng didn't stay any longer. After all, the smell of pig dung here wasn't just a little strong. It was a little pungent. "Old Gao, that kid will come to see you another day. I'll take my leave first." Old Gao also stood up and cupped his hands. "This old man can eat and drink well here. There's no need to worry. You can go do your own things." Out of the pig farm, Zhang Feng instantly felt refreshed. The matter of the pig farm had already been discussed by some people. Moreover, it was to provide a full meal for the people on the mountain. Now, with the consumption of the food processing factory, the pigs on the mountain would be exhausted one day. At that time, what would happen? This question, Zhang Feng didn't even need to think about. Throw them all out. In the future, no one would bring up the 300,000 pigs again. Not only would he be at a disadvantage during the mid-autumn hunt, but he would also lose face during the mid-autumn poetry meet. What is a pig? No matter which era it was, this thing was synonymous with despicable. Therefore, Zhang Feng was in a hurry to finish the piggery before the mid-autumn hunt. And the most important thing was to trick Ma Zhou into staying here. That was the most important thing. Other than Ma Zhou, no one else could do it. The main thing was that he was not as meticulous as Ma Zhou. Zhang Feng clasped his hands behind his back and hummed a song. Ma Zhou followed closely behind Zhang Feng like a lackey. Just like that, the two of them followed the mountain stream and arrived at the workshop. At this moment, in the forging workshop, because he knew that Zhang Feng was trying to goad him, his appearance had changed drastically. Under Zhang Feng's strong request, the guards here had been driven away. The shackles on these people were all thrown into the furnace. Even the workshop, which was only 100 square meters, was excavated by these people. They used wood to extend more than half of the area on the edge of the cliff. Smelting furnaces made of earth were built along the mountain wall. Some people even used bamboo to lead the water from the mountain stream to the workshop. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng wished that Chen Tiniu and the other lazy guys didn't come to see it. Even the people from the western regions could think of it, and they had even learned the sharp irrigation method that he had personally taught countless times. How could any of them learn it? This was simply, the arrival of the two of them made the blacksmiths from the western region scream. They seemed to be reporting, but also seemed to be on guard. After all, the things that Zhang Feng had said and done had made them worried and excited. They hadn't seen Zhang Feng for a few days. Now that they saw him again, they were a little worried. Mokido and Arkanon hurried out of the cave when they heard the news. Except for their eyes, their bodies were pitch black, as if they had drilled into a coal mine. When they saw Zhang Feng and Ma Zhou, but did not see Niu Jinda and the others behind Zhang Feng, they heaved a deep sigh of relief. They turned around and shouted a few times. Then, the crowd gradually quieted down. The two of them ran towards Zhang Feng. "Honorable Dean, are you here to inspect?" I'm just here to take a look. You guys go ahead. Don't mind me." Zhang Feng waved at the crowd in the distance. Then, he pointed at the rocks outside the workshop and sat down. "What are you two doing? Why do you look like this?" After walking closer, Zhang Feng saw that the two of them had curly hair that resembled the hair of a golden lion king. It had long been burnt yellow by the smoke, and there were even some bumps and hollows due to the fire sparks. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other. Arcanon then said, "It was because of the smelting that Mr. Dean mentioned. There were a few mishaps. The furnace exploded 3 times and the fire was extinguished 5 times. In the end, the two of us dug a cave in the mountain wall and prepared to test the power of the fire in the cave to see if it could be improved to a higher level. Otherwise, with the current temperature of the fire, let alone the steel that you mentioned, we can't even smelt fine iron. Unable to condense high temperature?" Zhang Feng frowned slightly. "That's impossible." In his previous life, he often watched the live broadcasts of those awesome outdoor people. Didn't those awesome people smelt like this? Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something. He waved his hand and said, let's go take a look at your furnaces first." Chapter 857. Seeing this, the two of them hurriedly got up and led Zhang Feng into the workshop. It was early July now, and although it was not as hot as before, the temperature in the workshop was extremely high. From a distance, there seemed to be only 10 strange forging furnaces burning red in the workshop. However, as soon as Zhang Feng walked in, he realized that the forging furnaces that old Li and the rest had brought over had been dismantled by these people, and there was nothing left of them. In the place where the mountain wall used to be, there was a furnace about 6 meters tall. At this moment, a few Western regioners, who were only wearing loincloths, were desperately filling it with charcoal. Arcanon and Makoko led Zhang Feng around these people and entered a natural cave that was only 10 meters deep. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng. Although they were not vigilant, they did not pay any attention to him either. It was as if Zhang Feng was invisible. Zhang Feng did not care about this. He followed Arcanon and Makoko into the expanded cave. As soon as they entered the cave, a wave of heat almost made Zhang Feng faint. More importantly, there was a smell of cumin, which was unique to the Western regioners. Zhang Feng resisted this strange smell and frowned slightly as he looked at the furnace that was dug out by hand from the mountain wall. This furnace was ventilated using both ears. However, in this enclosed environment, there was no way to vent. The fire could not be concentrated at all. "Be careful, Mr. Dean. The molten iron will be ready soon. Please stand back and wait for me to release the molten iron for you to see." While speaking, Arcanon and Mokido talked for a while. Then, Arcanon picked up a small iron hammer and an iron rod and fiercely hammered a few times at the bottom of the furnace that was covered in mud. As the hammer fell, the area was filled with a scarlet light. Makoko shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, Mr. Dean. Open the furnace." Clang! Algernon swung his hammer down. Drops of crimson liquid flowed out from the cracks created by the iron rod. Once the crimson liquid came into contact with the ground, a sizzling sound could be heard. Mokido hurriedly picked up a hoe and dug a trench in the ground to guide the molten iron to flow out. Although the furnace looked very big, however, there was very little molten iron. Not long after, the molten iron flowed out of the mountain, and the molten iron stopped dripping from the furnace. Only then did Arcanon order the others to bring buckets of water and pour it on the ground around the molten iron. In an instant, pitch-black smoke mixed with the smell of iron filled the entire smelting workshop. Zhang Feng couldn't take it anymore. Covering his mouth and nose, he hurriedly fled the workshop. Ma Zhou was completely dumbfounded. It was his first time coming to this workshop, so how would he know that all the expensive ironware and bronzeware that he usually knew about were produced this way? Not long after, the smoke was blown away by the wind in the valley. Arcanon called for Zhang Feng in the workshop. As soon as he entered the workshop, Arcanon handed a piece of newly smelted iron to Zhang Feng. "Mr. Dean, the temperature is still not high enough. This is the kind of steel you mentioned." Zhang Feng frowned slightly. He took out a delicate curved knife from his waist and used the back of the knife to gently cut the palm-sized piece of iron. In an instant, the knife left a mark on the piece of iron that was still a little red. "No, this is still iron." Was there a problem with the steps? Zhang Feng couldn't help but remove the videos in his mind. He searched for the physics knowledge he had learned in high school and college, as well as the methods to forge iron. Zhang Feng could not help but slowly figure out the reason. Looking at the charcoal in the corner, Zhang Feng asked, "You've been using this before?" Arjunan nodded. "Is there anything else that can replace this?" Zhang Feng seemed to have realized the problem. He turned around and asked Ma Zhou, "Ma Zhou, do you know that the Tang dynasty uses charcoal to forge iron?" Ma Zhou didn't know what Zhang Feng was trying to say, but he still nodded. "Yes, it's charcoal. Go and call Li Gan. I have something to talk to him about." Zhang Feng frowned. After Ma Zhou left in a hurry, Zhang Feng squatted next to a strange smelting furnace on the edge of the cliff, carefully watching a craftsman from the western regions forge. When the charcoal in the furnace burned to a certain degree, the craftsman would put in a few more pieces of charcoal and then take out some of the ashes from the bottom of the furnace. He did this repeatedly without stopping. Zhang Feng pointed at the craftsman and asked, "Do you smelt like this?" Both Arjunan and Mokido nodded. Then Mokido said, "I've visited the Tang dynasty before. At that time, it wasn't called the Tang dynasty yet. Although the method of forging in the Tang dynasty is different from mine, they still use the same method. There's no difference." Hearing this, Zhang Feng finally found the crux of the problem. He asked calmly, "Are you sure that the Tang dynasty used this method to smelt iron?" Zhang Feng was speechless. No wonder they couldn't forge iron. It would be strange if they could forge iron using this method. In this era, there should have been coal a long time ago. Why didn't they use that thing? Why did they keep the temperature of the flame at a certain point? Smelting is such a simple thing. Why is it so difficult in this era? Chapter 858. As far as Zhang Feng knew, apart from electricity, it was the best combustion-supporting material that could maintain a constant temperature, apart from natural gas and gas. Zhang Feng would not dare to make it even if it was given to him now. That thing could kill people. Zhang Feng did not say anything else. While waiting for Li Qian, he was also thinking of more ways to smelt steel. There was another way, which was to hammer and smelt. However, there was not enough time. The sword that Old Li had promised him had not been delivered yet, and he had not seen the person either. Needless to say, this old man was probably very busy right now. If Zhang Feng couldn't come up with this within a month, then he wouldn't be able to get Emperor Yang's personal sword. Even if Old Li gave it to him, he wouldn't be able to do it. This steel was something that he needed now. Especially the gun. After getting the immortal cream, Zhang Feng was eager to make it for self-defense. It was not for anything else but to be safer when he went out in the future. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching him from below Shao Mountain? After a while, Li Qingqian arrived at the workshop breathlessly. The moment he entered the workshop, he could not stop wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. As he wiped his sweat, he pulled Zhang Feng and ran out. "Fengzi, let's go. Let's find a cool place. This place is too hot, isn't it?" The five of them left the smithy and instantly felt comfortable all over. Then, Li Qingqian asked, "Why are you looking for me? You made the steel?" Zhang Feng shook his head and asked, "Let me ask you, have you heard of coal?" Li Qingqian looked at Zhang Feng in surprise and nodded. "That's easy. Get some people to get me 10 carts of coal. I need it urgently." Li Qingqian was a little confused. "Fengzi, do you know what that thing is for?" "It's for burning. What can it do?" Zhang Feng impatiently snatched the handkerchief from Li Qingqian's hand and wiped the black sweat on his forehead. Li Qingqian felt a little heartache, but he couldn't care less. Li Qingqian naturally knew about this coal, but only some people in the palace, as well as some high-ranking officials and dignitaries, could afford to use it. And at this time, where could he go to get it? The weather was so hot, who was going to dig coal for him? The most important thing was that this thing was not called coal now, but stone charcoal. Li Qingqian also guessed some things from the conversation with Ma Zhou on the way. "Fengzi, do you know that not everyone can afford to use this thing?" Zhang Feng's face was full of question marks. "F***ck, isn't it just a piece of rotten coal? You can't afford it?" Li Qingqian felt a headache coming on. He pointed at Ma Zhou and said, You tell him that I'm feeling a little suffocated. Ma Zhou was also a little confused, but since Li Chengqian had spoken, he could only whisper, "Teacher, this thing, other than those in the palace and the various princes and ministers, there really aren't many people who are qualified to use it. Also, the price of the coal, how much for a cart?" Zhang Feng just remembered that this was the Tang dynasty, not the future. In the future, a bag of anthracite only cost 70 yuan, but there were still many people who couldn't afford it. Ma Zhou stretched out 2 fingers and made a peace sign. 2,000 strings of cash for a cart. So expensive? Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. Li Chengqian, how much money do we have in the account now? Is it enough to buy 10 carts? Li Chengqian sighed and looked at Zhang Feng as if he was looking at an idiot. He said 2,000 strings of cash for a stone. And in this kind of weather, unless it's winter, there are no merchants selling this thing at this time. Most importantly, this thing is basically in the hands of the Taiyuan Wang clan now. Even if the emperor wants it, he has to send a letter in advance. 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched when he heard this. This was really difficult to deal with. The Guanlong 8 great families controlled the trade routes, and the 5 surnames and 7 hopes controlled all the mineral veins and grain industries in the Tang dynasty. This matter was clearly recorded in history. With a little hint, Zhang Feng instantly understood. However, the matter of steel had already progressed to this point. Wouldn't it be a joke to give up at this time? Moreover, this charcoal was really not good. It could be used to melt glass and other things, but if you want to refine steel, then you have to get coal. Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a headache. He really didn't know that the control of coal mines in the Tang dynasty was so strict. Zhang Feng didn't give up and asked, apart from the Tang dynasty, are there any coal mines in Tubo and Tuyuhun? Yes, but now the situation in Tubo. Then immediately ask your people to find a way to get me some coal. Anyway, I'll say it right here. Without coal, let alone a gun, I can't even make a spear that can break through anything. Li Chengqian was shocked. Ma Zhou, Algernon, and Mokido were also shocked at this time. A spear that could break anything? What was that? Also, what was this flamethrower? Could it be that these 2 things that they had never heard of were the things that the dean talked about the other day? They couldn't help but have a trace of fire in their eyes. Chapter 859. Zhang Feng was silent. He was silent for a long time. He also thought for a long time in his mind. If the coal problem was not solved, it would be really difficult to get anything in the future, let alone other things. Zhang Feng looked at Li Chengqian and asked again, is there any way to get me a batch of coal now? It's possible. But this thing, Zhang Feng did not want to listen to his explanation. He patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, do you want me to give you a gun and let you show off? Yes. How could Li Chengqian not want to? He was about to go crazy thinking about it. It might not be easy to get it from others, but if Zhang Feng gave it away, it would be a different story. Then go and get me 10 carriages of coal. If you can get it for me before tonight, I'll owe you a favor. How about it? Li Chengqian was going crazy at this time. He just nodded no matter what Zhang Feng said. After that, Zhang Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, then why don't you go now? If you can't get it before tonight, I won't even give you a fire stick, let alone a gun. Okay, I'll go now. Li Chengqian left happily. If he wanted 10 carriages of coal, he really did not have it in the Chang and local treasury. But if he wanted 1 carriage, he could find a little bit of it. Even if his father knew, he would not blame him. After Li Chengqian left, Zhang Feng called Arcanon over again and said, actually, there is another way to get the thing I said. Arcanon's eyes lit up when he heard that. He hurried over. Director, this way is making steel with the earth method. Earth method? Is it a secret of the Tang dynasty? More than 30 craftsmen from the western regions immediately stopped their work and gathered around. Zhang Feng pointed at the forging table on the side, and then picked out 2 relatively strong men from the crowd. He took out a pair of tongs and took out a piece of red-hot, fist-sized iron from the fire. He threw it on the forging table and said, later, beat it until it's only the size of an egg and as thin as a leaf, and then come find me. When Li Gan brings the coal over at night, you guys can use coal instead of charcoal. However, you have to make sure that the coal is red hot before you replace it. Raise the temperature of the flame as much as you can. Don't let the temperature of the flame fluctuate. After saying that, Zhang Feng no longer paid any attention to them. Arkanon was dumbfounded. Looking at the red-hot iron on the forging table, he was a little confused. Could this thing be hammered to that extent? However, since Zhang Feng said it, they had no choice but to do it. Moreover, Algernon was a madman. After hearing about Zhang Feng's forging method, he couldn't help but be eager to try it out. However, the fire. That was what attracted Algernon the most. At this time, as soon as Zhang Feng left, Mokido and the others couldn't help but come up and ask, "Old Algernon, what do you think about the problem of the flame's temperature? Also, is this forging method really effective?" Algernon smacked his lips. In fact, he also had doubts in his heart. "Well, I don't know if it will work or not, but if we can really master this kind of forging method, we can get rid of the slave status and also become famous in the Tang dynasty. Isn't this attractive to you, Mokido? Haven't you always wanted to come to the Tang dynasty? Now that you're here, if we can really make the thing that Zhang Feng said and he's willing to teach us, we can really become the people of the Tang dynasty." On the other side, in fact, Zhang Feng was lazy and asked Mokido to make a basketball. But now, it seemed that he had to do it himself. Looking around, Zhang Feng suddenly realized that he really couldn't find a quiet place. After thinking about it, he called Hua Li, who was waiting for work at the mountain gate, and pointed to the foot of the mountain. The two of them hurried down the mountain. The matter of the rubber. Zhang Feng had been preparing. However, after the bicycle was made last time, the rubber was basically given to Chintiniu and the others to deal with. However, he still had a lump of rubber in his tavern. Now, the tavern seemed to be his last pure land. At 5:30 p.m., Zhang Feng and Ma Zhou returned to the tavern again. Looking at the modeled Uli tavern, Zhang Feng had some indescribable emotions. This was the first time Ma Zhou came to the tavern. However, he had long heard of the legend of the tavern. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng's solemn expression, he didn't dare to make a sound. He followed Zhang Feng into the tavern. Naturally, the most attractive thing was the poem that looked like scribbles on the wall of the tavern. Ma Zhou squatted on the ground to study the poem. Zhang Feng ignored him and went straight to the backyard. He took out his set of smelting equipment, set up a furnace, and lit a charcoal fire. Then, he pulled out a black iron pot from the firewood pile in the corner of the courtyard. The iron pot was a normal pot, but the bottom of the pot was covered in a layer of dust. It looked like mud. This was what Zhang Feng needed at this time. Rubber. Chapter 860. In Zhang Feng's tavern, a wisp of smoke slowly rose. The remaining people in Tonghui Lane who were strolling on the streets also noticed it. For a while, the news of Zhang Feng's return spread like wildfire. Feng Zi is back. Zhang Feng returned to the tavern. Didn't you want your distant cousin and nephew to go to Feng Zi's academy? Feng Zi is back. What did you say? Zhang Feng, that brat is back. Let's go and have a look. On the other side, in Hengtong Private Bank, Qian Tong was fiddling with the beads on his abacus, calculating the accounts. The smile on his face never stopped. Some time ago, when he learned that he was going to go up the mountain to catch that unfilial son of his, Qian Wanli directly threw a stack of paper at his face. Qian Tong was stunned. He didn't even want to call him back. When Qian Tong knew that Zhang Feng had basically handed over the papermaking business to Qian Wanli, Qian Tong was so happy that he almost died. After that, Qian Wanli would go home every few days on the pretext of delivering paper to Chang. Every time he went home, although Qian Wanli would only leave a piece of paper, it was the kind of paper that had not been cut. This time, Qian Tong was overjoyed. 2 days after the 300,000 pigs went up the mountain, the braised meat and the paper broke out in Chang, and at the same time. However, the paper seemed to have disappeared without a trace. It couldn't be found in Chang. Subsequently, the price of this kind of paper soared in Chang and city. Even in the black market, a piece of paper the size of a palm could be sold for more than 100,000 coins. By chance, someone found out that Qian Tong's son was the manager of the papermaking business and couldn't help but pester him. Qian Tong was also a powerful person. He immediately took out the big piece of paper. The asking price is 5,000 strings of cash, and the highest bidder wins. Then, under his astonished gaze, this piece of paper was actually pocketed by a third-rank official of the Ministry of Works for the last 17,000 strings of cash. Although Qian Wanli would still come back every time, the amount of paper he brought was getting lesser and lesser. What's more, a lot of it was what Qian Wanli called waste paper. What made Qian Tong even angrier was that his silly son actually wanted him to give him a receipt, then happily took a few dozen strings of money and went back home, saying that it was for the public account. But none of this mattered. The matter of Hung Tong Bank having paper buy in it had made Qian Tong famous, and the business of his bank had also improved a lot. This made him smile so much that his teeth couldn't be contained. "Master, master, something's wrong, something's wrong." While Qian Tong was happily fiddling with the beads on his abacus, a sharp voice that made him want to punch someone suddenly rang out. Qian Tong angrily grabbed the abacus and shouted, "Is your mother dead? Or is your father alive? This master said that when I'm settling accounts, no one is allowed to disturb me. Was your brain eaten by a dog?" When the servant heard this, he felt extremely wronged. He stammered, "Master, didn't you tell us to keep an eye on the Uli tavern?" Qian Tong was startled when he heard this, and when he thought about what the servant had shouted as soon as he came in, he hurriedly asked, "Tell me, what happened to the Uli tavern?" "The tavern? Prince Zhang seems to have returned. There are a lot of people outside the tavern. Go, 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 prepare a sedan for old man, let's go to Tonghui Square." Qian Tong was overjoyed when he heard this. He was a businessman, and everything he did was for profit. At this time, his son was so highly regarded in White Deer College. Not only did he work in the paper mill during the day, but he also gave private lessons at night. One had to know that there were at least 2,000 students on this mountain. However, this President Zhang, Lord Zhang, actually valued his family's Qian Wanli so much. Qian Tong couldn't help but tighten his grip on the wooden box in his hand and sit in the sedan chair. He learned from his son that Zhang Feng didn't lack anything. He didn't like anything. But there was one thing, and that was that he liked to collect all kinds of rare treasures. This made him, who had always wanted to visit Zhang Feng and talk about paper and the braised meat business, unable to find a way to do so. Now that he knew that Zhang Feng was in the tavern, how could Qian Tong sit still? Along the way, even if the sedan bearers ran at full speed, Qian Tong still felt that they were too slow. On the other side, Yuqiu, who had nothing to do, was in a daze in Yuqi Estate's waterside pavilion when she happened to hear a group of soldiers talking in private. It was related to Zhang Feng. Yuqiu couldn't help but ask hurriedly, "Little brothers, were you talking about Prince Zhang on Shao Mountain just now?" Those who were able to serve as soldiers in the Yuqi Estate were all Yuqi Gong's loyal followers. As for the rumors about Yuqiu, how could they not know about it? They lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Yuqiu. "Miss, someone outside the estate just heard that Prince Zhang returned to the tavern." Hearing this, the sadness on Yuqiu's face was swept away. She hurriedly lifted the hem of her skirt and was about to run out of the door. Seeing this, the soldiers turned pale with fright and hurriedly stopped Yuqiu, saying, "Miss, the patriarch ordered, your patriarch is my brother. My brother didn't allow me to go up the mountain, but it doesn't mean that I can't go to Chang and City, right?" When the soldiers heard this, their foreheads were instantly covered in cold sweat. "Miss, we are just following orders. Please, get out of my way." The emperor and the retired emperor have acquiesced. "Who do you think you are? If you dare to stop me again, believe it or not, I will tell my cousin that you bullied me." They couldn't help but panic. Chapter 861. Inside the tavern. The smell of rubber came from the smelting furnace. The smell made Zhang Feng cough incessantly. In the end, after weighing his own weight, he could only give up. After going out, he turned right and found Niu Pai Huang, who made cowhide. After giving him 3 coins, Niu Pai Huang's mouth, which was full of missing teeth, grinned as if he wanted to swallow Zhang Feng whole. After promising to provide food and wine, Niu Pai Huang happily ran out of the tavern with a pot of smelly black stuff under the envious eyes of the crowd. As for the people at the door, now, Zhang Feng was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, this was not important. After Zhang Feng did this, the women in the crowd instantly burst into a burst of exclamations that belonged only to idiots. They had seen too many. Zhang Feng was naturally too lazy to pay attention to them. He could not be like an idiot every day and be happy with everyone, right? Walking back to the tavern, Zhang Feng lazily lay on the recliner covered with a sheepskin blanket and closed his eyes. However, from time to time, Ma Zhou's mouth would jump out of his mouth, which made Zhang Feng open his eyes again. He glanced at Ma Zhou, who wanted to crawl into the wall. Zhang Feng then asked, "Ma Zhou, come here." "Teacher, you rest. I'll take a look again. Previously, I only heard Qing Tinyu and the people of Tonghui Square boasting that your tavern was amazing. Now that I've seen it, I'm very happy." "You're happy, but Lao Tzu is miserable. Can you not make weird sounds?" Zhang Feng was too lazy to care. Some people, when seeing something, would naturally make some greedy sounds. For example, when a pervert saw a beautiful woman. This was the case. There was no rest. Zhang Feng could only lie on the recliner and close his eyes, carefully thinking about the future development of the academy and his future. At this time, Zhang Feng really couldn't afford to raise the chickens, ducks, and pigs on the mountain. The entire desolate mountain was now filled with the smell of pig dung and chicken and duck dung. Zhang Feng was also doing his best to prevent the locusts from going down the path of starvation. Instead, it allowed them to benefit others in a more glorious way. The beggar's chicken, beggar's duck, and other fresh ways of eating were the last sublimation and sacrifice for these chickens and ducks. At least in the future, no matter how much time had passed, as long as people thought about it, they would be able to remember that these chickens and ducks were the great heroes of eliminating locusts during the second year of Xingguan. This was their final sublimation and glory. As for those pigs, at first, it was because they really couldn't afford to raise it. Who could afford to raise this thing in such a disaster year? But since Jin Zhang Feng invented the braised meat and sent it to Chang'an City, it really became popular for a while, and the reputation of pork was unparalleled. However, Zhang Feng knew that when people got tired of eating and vomited, it would be terrible. After all, in Chang'an City, there were only a limited number of people who could afford to buy and exchange food for meat. Even in all the prefectures and prefectures, Lao Li seemed to have opened branches at this time. However, even so, ordinary people still couldn't afford it. Every day, the braised meat factory on Shao Mountain was still sending food to Chang, and in an orderly manner. Even though the common ingredients were used to help the poor people waiting at the city gate all day long, it didn't help. The sallow and emaciated people were used to living a poor life. However, this sudden meal of meat made many people vomit and have diarrhea. Even so, there was still a touch of happiness and excitement on their dirty faces that could not be concealed. This was simply something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. "Today, I still have meat to eat in such a famine year. Do you believe it? And it's free." And Zhang Feng also chose to retire when the braised meat business was flourishing. It was because these things would sooner or later reach their current peak and fall down. Therefore, Zhang Feng hurriedly scattered all the pig beasts today. He couldn't afford to raise them. More importantly, it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This was an immutable truth. How could Zhang Feng not know? Fengzi, Fengzi. Someone is coming, so many people are coming. Just when Zhang Feng was thinking about when to make basketball into an industry, a cry of surprise made Zhang Feng jump from the reclining chair. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" The person who came was the simple and honest son of the old village head. Before Zhang Feng had time to ask, he saw a sedan chair slowly squeezing through the crowd outside the tavern and landing in front of Zhang Feng's tavern. When the crowd saw the sedan chairs, they couldn't help but make way for them. Ma Zhou also gave up the idea of climbing the wall and went to the entrance of the tavern to welcome the guests. After all, he still had this awareness. The first sedan chair looked familiar to Zhang Feng. It seemed to be the sedan chair of the Chang'an county government. As expected, when the sedan chair landed, County Magistrate Niu, who was wearing a green robe and holding a big gift box, happily saluted the surrounding officials and people. When the crowd saw that it was actually the county magistrate, they couldn't help but be even more surprised. The moment they entered the tavern, County Magistrate Niu laughed and said, "Brother Zhang, when I heard that you were back, I immediately rushed over. It seems that you've been living a good life on the mountain recently." Chapter 862. Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. In his memory, this guy was not someone to be trifled with. Why is he here? Zhang Feng calmly made an obeisance and stepped forward, saying, "Lord Niu, what brings you here? Come. Please come in. Ma Zhou, go and make some tea." Seeing Zhang Feng so polite, Lord Niu was also surprised. He hurriedly bowed and sat down with Zhang Feng. After Zhang Feng sat down, Lord Niu hurriedly handed the gift box in his hand to Zhang Feng and said, "The purchase of land last time was purely a misunderstanding. Brother, please don't take it to heart." "Is it because of this?" Zhang Feng suspiciously glanced at the yellow paper box on the table and could not help but feel more confused. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Zhang Feng could not help asking, "Lord Niu, what brings you here today?" Hearing this, Niu Weili knew that Zhang Feng was a little impatient. He laughed and did not say anything. Instead, he opened the gift box on the table and said while opening it, "Brother, I know Prince Zhang is a magnanimous person. We did have a misunderstanding before, but I believe Prince Zhang will not take it to heart. I've been thinking about giving you a gift, but I was too busy and couldn't go to Mount Shao. Seeing you benefiting the people on Mount Shao, I'm very moved. I heard that Prince Zhang likes to collect rare treasures in the world. Coincidentally, some time ago, my relatives in my hometown got a strange thing from a merchant in the western regions. So I brought it here to show you." While speaking, Niu Weili slowly opened the paper box, revealing a few things that looked like lumps of earth. Zhang Feng did not notice it at first. Niu Weili was just a county magistrate of Cheng. What good things could he have? But after seeing it, Zhang Feng almost stood up and called him a fellow countryman. However, Zhang Feng's rationality still allowed him to forcefully stabilize his expression. After all, this fellow had come to him with this toy. He definitely had something to ask of him. Zhang Feng glanced at the dirt balls without batting an eyelid. He casually picked one up and asked curiously, "What is this dirt ball?" Niu Weili caught Zhang Feng's attention. He was a little excited. "Prince Zhang, I don't know where this thing came from for the time being. I only know that when a merchant from the western regions was selling the specialties of Xiyu, he mixed it with the local specialties. In the end, an angry merchant in Chang and reported it to me. I learned that Prince Zhang likes to collect such strange things during this period, so I bought this thing. Don't worry, I've already gotten the agreement of the merchants from the western regions and the Tang dynasty to buy this item at the same price." Although Niu Weili did not know Zhang Feng's status, the secret order from his superior that night made Niu Weili dare not treat Zhang Feng as an ordinary person. Besides, Zhang Feng was still a viscount now. Although he had not been formally in theft, the Shao Mountain had been awarded to him. The title of Viscount of Shao Mountain was not far away. Besides, regardless of this identity, the Chancellor and Dean of Chang and University and White Deer College, as well as the title of a Great Confucian jointly recommended by the 4 great Confucian scholars, was not someone Niu Weili could afford to offend now. Therefore, Niu Weili deliberately emphasized the word, "buy." Hearing this, Zhang Feng calmly put the dirt ball on the table, lit a cigarette for Niu Weili, and poured a cup of tea for Niu Weili from the teapot brought by Ma Zhou. Then he said, "Master Niu, Brother Niu, I've never seen this thing before. I like such a magical thing very much. Here's a bill. Take it as I bought it." Niu Weili was not happy. With a straight face, he said angrily, "Prince Zhang, are you treating me as an outsider? This thing is not a good thing. I spent 10 coins to buy it." The merchant from the western regions was so happy that he could not even close his mouth. "Are you giving me this thing because you want to reward me?" Niu Weili did not even look at the bill handed by Zhang Feng and said angrily. Seeing this, Zhang Feng laughed and said, "That's good. Thank you so much, brother." "What are you thanking me for?" Originally, Prince Zhang opened the Chang, an academy in Chang, and to benefit the people of Chang. He also helped the disaster victims in Shao Mountain. If it were not for Prince Zhang, maybe I would not be an official now. The guy on my head would have moved away long ago. After saying this, Niu Weili was about to get up and leave. Zhang Feng hurriedly pulled him to sit down. Since Brother Niu values friendship so much, if I refuse, then I, Zhang Feng, am in the wrong. Since there's no such thing, then I'll accept it. Seeing this, Niu Weili sat down with a smile, smoking and drinking tea. By the way, brother, is there anything else you need this time? If there's anything I can help with, brother, just tell me. I'll definitely do it for you. This was the main point. Niu Weili came to give something for no reason? Zhang Feng would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Hearing this, Niu Weili sighed with a bitter face. Alas! This is all because I'm not capable. Prince Zhang, you have to help me. Chapter 863. Zhang Feng knew that Niu Weili was up to no good. But looking at the dirt on the table, Zhang Feng suppressed his impatience and said, Brother Niu, don't worry. If there's anything I can help you with, I'll help you. Just tell me. Niu Weili stopped crying when he saw that. After all, he had been holding it in for a long time and did not squeeze out a single tear. Therefore, he decided not to hold back and hurriedly said, Cheng and city was not affected by the previous famine. Now, nothing has been mentioned. The monthly tax task is still on the table. You've seen Chang'an City. Although it's bustling, only a few people can afford it. What's more, once the Shao Mountain market was opened, the number of people in the two big markets in Chang'an City has decreased by more than half. Let's get down to business. Zhang Feng did not want to listen to him and quickly interrupted him. Now, Zhang Feng would get a headache whenever he listened to someone's nagging and stories. There were a few times when old Li's nagging got him into trouble. He was afraid of being tricked. Seeing that, Niu Weili also smacked his lips and said, I heard that Prince Zhang has a paper mill on Shao Mountain. And now, the braised meat all over Chang'an City is also from the food factory on Shao Mountain? Yes. But if you want to use these two to stabilize the market, I advise you to give up. After all, these things are not under my control now. I'll give you an idea. You wait at the city gate. When you see Li Qian and the others, you can discuss it with him. I've entrusted this matter to him. As long as he is willing, I don't mind. Hearing that, Niu Weili's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, So, Prince Zhang has agreed? Zhang Feng nodded. However, let me say this first. I only have 10% of the profits, so the braised meat is still fine. When the time comes, you can discuss it with old He and the rest. If the authorities step in, I will have less manpower and resources to distribute the braised meat. As for the paper mill's white paper business, you still have to talk to Li Qianhan. What I promised is what I promised. As long as you agree, isn't it a done deal? Niu Weili was ecstatic. Ma Zhou, who was standing by the side, could not bear to watch any longer. He frowned slightly and wanted to say something. This was something that even a fool could see. This damned Niu Weili wanted to take advantage of the situation to fish for benefits. Why did Master agree? How was he behaving like a parental official? How was this still the wise and farsighted dean? Ma Zhou didn't understand, but it didn't matter. After chatting with Zhang Feng for a while, Niu Weili rubbed his hands and said, It's getting late, so I won't bother you anymore. Another day, I'll treat Prince Zhang to a meal. Alright. Zhang Feng nodded and got up to see him off. When he saw Niu Weili off at the door, Zhang Feng asked casually, Brother Niu, if you meet that merchant from the western regions in the future, if he still has this thing, can I trouble you to leave it for me? When Niu Weili heard this, he said with some difficulty, Brother Dissatisfaction, I asked about this matter. The merchant said that he encountered a broken ship at sea, and he picked it up from a broken bag on the ship, so... Zhang Feng was a little disappointed when he heard this. Then, thank you, brother. If you meet this kind of rare thing in the future, you must remember me. Okay, that's all I need to hear. I'll pay more attention in the future. After seeing Niu Weili off, Ma Zhou was a little puzzled and asked, Master, this thing, I'll tell you later. This is a big treasure. Zhang Feng didn't expect that he could meet this thing so early. The reason why Zhang Feng waited until the end to ask was that all the people who could be county magistrates under the emperor's rule were very powerful. If you didn't give him some benefits, would he be so loyal to you? The western regions. The broken ship. Zhang Feng thought carefully for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out the origin of this thing. However, one thing was certain. This thing was the only one in the Tang dynasty. As for whether there was such a thing outside, Zhang Feng didn't know. If Niu Weili and that merchant from the western regions didn't lie, this thing really didn't exist in other places in this era except for Peru, which was far away on the other side of the ocean. Did this broken ship come from there? Zhang Feng couldn't help but fall into a wild imagination. At this moment, after Niu Weili left, another person with a capable figure, who looked like a merchant wearing a beige robe, walked into the tavern with a smile while carrying a gift box. As soon as he entered, he bowed and said, "I presume this young master is the dean of White Deer College, Prince Zhang, Lord Zhangju." Seeing Zhang Feng holding the lump of mud in a daze, Ma Zhou continued, "Master, it is indeed Lord Zhangju. May I know who you are?" "It's Prince Zhang. This humble one's surname is Qian." "Little brother, do you know Qian Wanli?" Ma Zhou was stunned. "Are you talking about Qian Wanli, young Master Qian?" The person who came was Qian Wanli. Seeing that Ma Zhou knew him, he hurriedly said, Yes, that's him. This old man is Qian Wanli's father." Chapter 864. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but now that he did, Qian Tong showed his talent as a businessman. Ma Zhou was so excited that he almost wanted to call Qian Tong a godfather, but it was at this moment that Zhang Feng coughed, waking the two of them up in an instant. Qian Tong was a veteran in the business world, so he looked at Zhang Feng in surprise and hurriedly said, "Old Qian Tong greets Prince Zhang. I didn't expect Master Qian to be the father of that little brat Qian Wanli. I have long heard that Qian Wanli's father is an extraordinary figure in Chang. It seems that you really are as good as the rumors say. Please sit down, Ma Zhou will serve tea." In fact, Zhang Feng had already woken up. However, with so many people coming to visit him one after another, Zhang Feng realized something. He wasn't a gentleman, nor was he a bad person, but Zhang Feng was really annoyed. However, since this guy was Qian Wanli's father who owned a bank and was famous for being stingy, Zhang Feng was still a little interested. He was interested in the gift box he had placed on the table. Qian Tong sat down, and after exchanging some pleasantries with Zhang Feng, he said, "Right, after talking for so long, I almost forgot about some important matters." Qian Tong patted his forehead, hurriedly got up, carefully opened the box, and then took out a long wooden box, placing it in front of Zhang Feng and saying, This old man's eyes are not good enough to say what it is, but last time, I heard from my Wan Li and the people on Shao Mountain that you like to collect these strange things, so..." Qian Tong glanced at Zhang Feng before hurriedly opening the wooden box. Qian Tong was acting mysteriously. This attracted Ma Zhou's attention, stretching his neck and staring at the wooden box in Qian Tong's hand. Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. Niu Weili had given Zhang Feng a big treasure. He didn't expect that right after he left, the manager of the bank would give him another gift. Zhang Feng was looking forward to seeing how sharp the eyes of the manager of the bank were. Under Zhang Feng's gaze, Qian Tong slowly opened the long wooden box and saw a black object lying inside. Regarding this, Zhang Feng was also somewhat curious. He could not help but ask in surprise, "Master Qian, what is this thing?" Qian Tong smiled. Just now, he had arrived at the same time as Niu Weili, and had even arrived a bit earlier than Niu Weili, but the other party was the county lord, so he could only stand aside. Now that he saw Zhang Feng's expression, even the dirt clump Niu Weili had offered him didn't cause such an expression. Qian Tong couldn't help feeling even more excited. "Prince Zhang may not know, but this thing is a gift from the heavens. Although it looks like a stick to you now, you should consider it carefully." As he spoke, Qian Tong took out the object from the wooden box and placed it in Zhang Feng's hand. A meteorite. Zhang Feng instantly thought of something. But this thing? Zhang Feng couldn't guarantee anything, especially such a long one. In his knowledge, meteorites generally contained radiation or radioactive elements, but those things generally had a relatively bright color. However, This thing was like a piece of burnt iron smeared with black paint. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. However, this thing was already in his hands. Zhang Feng instantly felt that it was extraordinary. Heavy. Very heavy. This thing was only as thick as a thumb and as long as a chopstick, but at this time, when it was placed in Zhang Feng's hand, Zhang Feng suddenly felt like he couldn't lift it. Weighing it in his hand, it weighed at least 20 kilograms. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be a little shocked. Generally, the greater the physical mass, the heavier it would be. However, Zhang Feng didn't feel that this thing in his hand had any other function except for its weight. Master Qian, where did you get this thing? Speaking of this treasure, Qian Tong became interested. Prince Zhang, you don't know. When I was 10 years old last year, a man came to my bank and wanted to pawn this thing. At that time, I didn't know what this thing was. Finally, I found a person in Chang and city who knew about this thing to have a look, but that person didn't know either. Finally, I found many forging workshops and even used my connections to bring it to the Ministry of Works, but there was no clue. So it has been in my treasure room. Today, I learned that Prince Zhang has returned to the city, so I came to present this treasure. Sir, you are experienced and knowledgeable, so I hope you can give me a look. This time, Zhang Feng was asked the right question. Needless to say, he didn't know what this thing was. At this time, he couldn't help but think of the pharaoh's dagger. The dagger was also made of meteor. Zhang Feng couldn't help but have an impulse to go to the pyramid to explore the tomb right now. However, this was just a random thought. If he really wanted to go, he really didn't dare to go. At this time, it was simply courting death. Then, Zhang Feng put the meteorite on the table and said, I don't know what this thing is for the time being, but if I can figure it out in the future, how about I inform you immediately? You flatter me. This was originally a gift for Prince Zhang to thank Prince Zhang for his cultivation of Wanli. If you like it, then keep it. Chapter 865. When Zhang Feng saw this, he couldn't understand. No, how can I accept this? This is an incredible treasure. I can't accept it. Besides, teaching and educating people is what I should do. How can I let Master Qian spend money on this? Zhang Feng patted the meteorite and said with certainty, No, this thing belongs to the virtuous. Although this old man is a businessman, I have always admired people like you. In addition, my son is in the academy, and Prince Zhang thinks so highly of him. This old man feels that this gift is a bit shameful. What are you saying? AI. Since Master Qian is so straightforward, then this little one will be disrespectful. Ma Zhou's horizons had been broadened today. This was simply more exciting than anything else. The conversation between a profiteer and a dean had simply opened a new door for him. At this moment, Ma Zhou looked outside the door. He didn't know when, but the curtain of a palanquin slowly opened, and a fairy-like woman appeared at the door. It was also because of this woman's appearance that the originally noisy outside the door instantly became silent. At this moment, Ma Zhou was also a little stunned. Which family was this woman from? How could she be so seductive? At this time, Zhang Feng and Qian Tong also noticed the person outside the door. Qian Tong was worthy of being called a wily old fox, his eyes rolling for a moment before he quickly got up and said, Oh, after chatting with young Master Zhang, this old man has completely forgotten about the important matter. Young Master Zhang, let's meet again another day. This old man will take his leave first. While speaking, Qian Tong hurriedly left. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smacked his lips and didn't say anything. He looked at the graceful Yuqiu standing at the door and said with a chuckle, I didn't expect Miss Yu to grace my humble abode with your presence. You really bring light to my humble abode. Please come in. Yuqiu pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect to disturb Prince Zhang's mood. I hope Prince Zhang won't take offense. Of course not. After the two chatted for a while, Zhang Feng asked, By the way, how did you find this place? It's all because Prince Zhang's reputation is too great. This little girl heard about the news of Prince Zhang leaving the mountain at home, so she had nothing to do and wanted to come to your little tavern to take a look. Hey! However, hearing this, Zhang Feng asked, But what? Yuqiu looked around and smiled sweetly. Do you know how many talented girls have been charmed by your little tavern? Well, I don't know. However, if they like, they can come to Chang. I will definitely welcome them. Ma Zhou always felt that he was an extra. After standing there for a while, he felt his scalp go numb from the conversation between the two of them. He couldn't help but sneak out of the tavern and close the door behind him. Only then did Ma Zhou's heart begin to beat rapidly. It was 2F*King exciting. If he stayed any longer, Ma Zhou couldn't guarantee that he would be able to walk out of the tavern alive. Whether it was the conversation between Zhang Feng and Niu Weili, or with Qian Tong, or with this girl, these three conversations seemed to have opened a new door for Ma Zhou. In these three conversations, Zhang Feng changed his tone 3 times. But what puzzled him the most and made him feel the most depressed and frightened was the conversation with this girl named Yu. She was obviously a stunning woman, and Zhang Feng was approachable. Although the two were laughing and chatting, he felt that it was more tiring than a real fight. This was simply worse than shit. When the people outside the tavern saw the girl enter the tavern, although they were a little surprised, they tactfully left. After all, everyone knew. At this time, Zhang Feng definitely wouldn't pay attention to them. However, Zhang Feng and Yu Qiyu were just chatting casually. After a while, Yu Qiyu gently rested her chin on her jade-like hand and quietly looked at Zhang Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Feng felt a little uncomfortable. Miss Yu, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something dirty on my face? Yu Qiyu smiled faintly. No, but this little girl remembers that when we were on the mountain, Prince Zhang seemed to have said that when we meet again, he would recite poems with me. When Zhang Feng heard this, he felt like his head was about to explode. Aren't I busy? After the sky changes, this little one will definitely invite Miss Yu to recite poems with me. How about it? Yu Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled. Then I'll wait for the good news. As she spoke, Yu Qiyu stood up lazily. She didn't know if it was on purpose or not, but when she stood up, she staggered and fell into Zhang Feng's arms. Zhang Feng didn't expect Yu Qiyu to do this. In a panic, he instinctively reached out and Yu Qiyu appeared in his arms in an instant. Yu Qiyu's proud and beautiful face was deeply buried in Zhang Feng's arms. In an instant, that proud place almost suffocated Zhang Feng to death. Feeling the plump and supple skin on his fingertips, Zhang Feng's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Seductress. She was simply a seductress. Chapter 866. In an instant, Zhang Feng's face turned as red as blood. Yu Qiyu hugged Zhang Feng as if she'd lost her head out of fear, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Cough, cough, cough. As Zhang Feng coughed violently, Yu Qiyu let go of Zhang Feng in a panic. Prince Zhang, my daughter didn't do it on purpose? I hope Prince Zhang. Yu Qiyu looked at Zhang Feng like a child who had done something wrong. Zhang Feng's head buzzed as if it was about to explode. This was what he couldn't stand the most. He especially didn't dare to look into Yu Qiyu's eyes. Now that they had inadvertently met each other's eyes, Zhang Feng's face turned even redder. Cough, cough, cough. It's fine, I'm fine. Damn the floor. When I have time, I'll definitely get the craftsman on the mountain to repave the floor. Yes, it's the floor's fault. Zhang Fengdong said one sentence after another. There was no trace of the wisdom he had before. As he spoke, Yu Qiyu finally realized what they were doing. She panicked and stood up from Zhang Feng's lap. For the first time, a trace of panic appeared in Yu Qiyu's seductive eyes. After the two of them hurriedly tidied up their clothes, they acted as if nothing had happened and drank tea with all their might. After a long while, Yu Qiyu stole a glance at Zhang Feng. Seeing that he was playing with his hair, she asked, Prince Zhang, can you ask you something? Go ahead. After you went down the mountain, Prince Zhang composed that poem. Was it because of you that you felt lost? This, Zhang Feng's mouth was dry. His mind was still in a mess. He was still thinking about what had just happened. When he heard Yu Qiyu's question, he didn't know what to say. He had only casually composed the poem last time. If it weren't for those 3 bastards, this wouldn't have happened. Yu Qiyu clearly misunderstood something. However, how could Zhang Feng explain this? There was simply no way to explain it. The more he tried to explain, the more he couldn't make sense of it. Zhang Feng coughed and said, "Miss you, a poem's ability lies in its meaning. Why do you have to pursue it? Who are you doing it for?" Zhang Feng's words. Yu Qiu, smiled faintly. Seeing Zhang Feng's hand on the teacup, she placed her hand on Zhang Feng's hand and said in an aggrieved tone, "Young Master Zhang, can you compose a poem for me?" The moment Yu Qiu's hand, use hand. What was he supposed to say? Isn't this King asking for my life? Weren't you afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself? Damn you old. You're already so old. Lao Tzu has no enmity with you. You don't have to use this seductress to harm me, right? If you're still holding a grudge over how I tricked you, Lao Tzu will return it to you, okay? Zhang Feng couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't guarantee what would happen if he continued to stay here. This woman was simply more powerful than anything else. Ahem. Well, Miss Yu, you know that poems? Yu Qiu, thought that Zhang Feng was going to compose a poem. Her face lit up. I've long heard that Prince Zhang is eloquent and can compose poems easily. Could it be that Prince Zhang has thought of it so quickly? As she spoke, Yu Qiu, put her face in front of Zhang Feng again. Zhang Feng groaned inwardly. He twisted his numb neck and drank all the water in the cup and the teapot in one gulp. Then he said, "Thinking of clothes in the clouds and face in the flowers, the spring breeze brushes the railings and the dew is thick. If not for the mountains and jade heads, we would meet under the moon in the jade pavilion." At this moment, Zhang Feng just wanted to finish his task as soon as possible. When the poem was finished, Zhang Feng hurriedly got up. Suppressing his emotions, he said, "Miss Yu, I still have important matters to attend to." "Ah? Prince Zhang, this is?" Yu Qiu pretended to be surprised. The next moment, she saw that Zhang Feng's expression was abnormally ugly. She covered her mouth and laughed. "In that case, you will come to visit another day. Thank you, Prince Zhang, for your poem today. Will definitely give you a big gift another day." As she spoke, Yu Qiu leisurely got up. After giving a courtly greeting, she slowly left. Only after Yu Qiu left did Zhang Feng's taut nerves instantly relax. He hurriedly ran to the rear courtyard and dove headfirst into the water tank, not caring whether or not the water in the tank had been used for a long time or whether or not there were insects inside. To sober himself up. At this moment, Ma Zhou waited for Yu Qiu to leave before entering the small tavern. As soon as he heard the noise in the backyard, he turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran into the backyard. "Teacher, how did Zhang Feng become like this when he just went out for a while?" Ma Zhou could not help but pull Zhang Feng out of the water tank in a panic. With the cool water, Zhang Feng became much more clear-headed and the evil fire in his heart subsided. Squatting beside the water tank and panting, he signaled Ma Zhou to give him a cigarette. After taking 2 puffs with trembling hands, Zhang Feng asked, left?" "She left." "She really left?" "Yes, I saw her get into the sedan chair and leave." Hearing this, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. Then, he cursed, "Lao Tzu asked you to come here to broaden your horizons. Motherf ***. In the end, you just left Lao Tzu here alone?" Chapter 867. Ma Zhou was dumbfounded. He turned pale with fright and stuttered at a loss. "Teacher, this..." The ancient said, This, don't give me this. Let me ask you, did you really not understand or were you faking it? Didn't you see that I was flattering you? If you felt uncomfortable and ran away, why didn't you call me along? How can you trick your teacher like this?" Ma Zhou felt wronged. However, he didn't know what to do and was sweating profusely from anxiety. When Zhang Feng saw this, he couldn't reprimand him. After all, this woman was too powerful. How could an honest person like Ma Zhou have seen this before? All right, I don't blame you for this. After all, no one has seen this kind of woman before. However, I brought you out to broaden your horizons. Tonight, I want you to write down what you've learned today. Also, I want you to copy the disciple rules 10 times. When Ma Zhou heard this, he could only bow and say, "Yes. All right, you can go up the mountain. Also, tell them that I have something important to do here." Zhang Feng waved his hand tiredly and sent Ma Zhou away. However, Before Ma Zhou could walk out of the backyard, he saw Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin walking into the tavern with 2 beggars' chickens. When he saw Yu Qigong, Zhang Feng was so angry that his whole body trembled. After waving his hand to let Ma Zhou go up the mountain, Zhang Feng walked into the tavern angrily. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were stunned. "Yo, what's going on? Who bullied you?" Yu Qigong couldn't help but ask in surprise. "You still have the nerve to ask? Lao Tzu has no grudge with you. Why did you make fun of him?" Yu Qigong was stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly punched the beggar's chicken away and asked, "What happened? What does this have to do with me again?" "Don't worry, if that bastard dares to bully you and frame me, Lao Tzu will bring him here now. You can kill him or cut him up as you wish." Qing Yaojin also felt that something was wrong. They were training the soldiers at the foot of the mountain. When they heard that Zhang Feng had gone down the mountain, the 2 of them waited for the training to end before rushing over. They wanted to have a drink with Zhang Feng. While he was at it, he would also clarify the matter with Yu Qiyu. But now, seeing Zhang Feng's appearance, Qing Yaojin and Wang Chong instantly felt that something big had happened. As expected, as soon as Qing Yaojin finished speaking, Zhang Feng pursed his lips and said, "Are you sure you don't know?" Qing Yaojin spread out his hands and said, "We just finished our work. When we heard that you went down the mountain, we hurriedly ran over to have a drink with you. How would we know what was wrong with you?" When Zhang Feng heard this, his mood improved a little. He snorted and said, "Just now, his sister came." Yu Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He had come this time to resolve this matter. Yu Qiyu told the truth. Yu Qigong had always been fighting outside, so he had never met her. He had only exchanged letters with that cousin of his, and had occasionally heard him mention that he had a girl. Back when he was drinking with Zhang Feng, he blurted it out without thinking. When he returned home, he told his family. The more the 2 of them thought about it in bed, the more they felt that there was something going on between the 2 of them. Yu Qigong's wife had always been in charge of the household, so she naturally knew more about Yu Qiyu than Yu Qigong. She only said that Yu Qiyu was a rare beauty in the Yuqi family and was famous in the Jiangnan area. The 2 of them looked at Zhang Feng. He was still single and brimming with talent. If the 2 of them got together, they would be a perfect match. Although Yu Qiyu might be the concubine, for someone like Zhang Feng, whose future was unknown, such a thing was negligible. Which successful man did not have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Besides, given Zhang Feng's relationship with the emperor and the crown prince, he had a bright future ahead of him. However, when the 2 of them met, it seemed to be completely different from what they had imagined. First, it was Zhang Feng's poem on the mountain. Then, it was the emperor and the retired emperor's anger. Then, the retired emperor's words after meeting Yu Qiyu. Yu Qigong could not help but be cautious. After that, Yu Qigong hurriedly dispatched the best men under his command to investigate the imperial chef Yu Qiyu, from various states in Jiangnan. It was also on this day, right when they came out of the drill ground of Mount Shao, a scout finally came back with a letter that was delivered from a family 800 miles away from each state capital. His face was covered in dust. Yu Qiyu was extremely beautiful, but at home and in Jiangnan, she was also the center of attention. She had been extremely arrogant since she was young. Most importantly, she was very ambitious and good at playing with people's hearts. After reading the letter, Yu Qigong was really anxious. He finally understood why the retired emperor said that. He also finally understood why Zhang Feng was so anxious. However, it was not his place to interfere in this matter. As long as things did not develop in the worst direction, it would be best if Zhang Feng could change Yu Qiyu's mind with his wicked ideas. However, Yu Qigong was still a step too late. Yu Qigong's expression was slightly serious as he said, "Zhang Feng, I'm going to ask you a serious question now. Answer me honestly. Do you like Yu Qiyu?" Chapter 868. Zhang Feng's expression turned serious when he heard that. To be honest, Zhang Feng was infatuated with Yu Qiyu, even though he was in a sorry state after meeting her twice. Who didn't love beauties? Everyone did. To be fair, Zhang Feng wasn't a villain or a gentleman. He liked beauties too, but Yu always gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through her. He even felt a sense of danger. But humans were just that cheap. Even though he knew there was a problem, Zhang Feng was looking forward to this kind of challenge. Especially the moment he came into contact with Yu Qiyu, Zhang Feng was a little infatuated with the feeling of suffocation. Perhaps it was also a desire to conquer. At this time, Zhang Feng also knew that if Zhang Feng said no, then Lao Yu might use some means to send Yu back to Jiangnan, or find a second-generation official to marry her. It was all because of Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng thought for a long time, but Yu Qigong wasn't in a hurry. He picked up Zhang Feng's cigarette from the table, scratched the wick of the oil lamp, lit it, and smoked slowly. Well, to be honest, I don't like her. From a man's point of view, Yu is indeed. But she's a little scheming. I still can't see through her. So, if you say you don't like her, you'll be lying. Do you understand what I mean, old Yu? Zhang Feng said after weighing the pros and cons for a long time. Yu Qigong grinned and said, if that's the case, I won't interfere in this matter. Besides, I can't interfere even if I want to. I can only give you a piece of advice. Yu has been arrogant since she was a child, and she's been spoiled, so I won't force you to be together in the future. I just don't want to fall to the point where we can't even be brothers in the end. Yu Qigong had seen too many things like this. He couldn't help but feel a little bitter when he talked about it. Although Zhang Feng hadn't known him for long, he was someone who couldn't hide things. As for him and Yu Qiyu, it was easy to cause a commotion in the city. The storm that Yu Qigong was talking about was that he was afraid that Yu Qiyu would mess around with Zhang Feng's things. In the end, the Emperor Emeritus and the Emperor Emeritus would not be able to tolerate it. Although the Emperor Emeritus and the Emperor Emeritus might not necessarily make a move against Zhang Feng, if this brat's feelings were too deep, then. Once the Emperor and the retired Emperor made a move against Yu Qiyu, it would be truly terrifying if he went crazy. Perhaps this was what the Emperor and retired Emperor meant when they talked about it that day? Yu Qigong couldn't help but sigh again and say, come on, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take it one step at a time. I know you haven't eaten yet, so why don't we have a drink? Zhang Feng didn't want to dwell on this matter. Old Yu was a smart man, so he naturally knew what to do. Old Yu changed the topic. Zhang Feng also instantly felt hungry. If you didn't mention it, I would really be hungry. Wait a minute, I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. I think I still have some dry food. Let's have a good drink later. It was said that Zhang Feng still had some private goods. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but grumble, boy, how many things have you hidden? How can you hide them so well? Zhang Feng smiled mischievously, ignored the two of them, and went into the kitchen. Zhang Feng hadn't been back for a long time, so he didn't know whether the things he kept had been taken by the army of rats. But fortunately, what Zhang Feng was worried about didn't happen. The jar was still firmly upside down in the basin, and the dried tiger meat hidden in it should be uneaten. While Zhang Feng was tinkering in the kitchen, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong looked at the beer in their hands and smelled the fragrance coming from Zhang Feng's kitchen. In an instant, the beggar's chicken in their hands suddenly didn't smell good. Guess, is there any good wine in Fengzi's tavern? Cheng Yaojin whispered in Yu Qigong's ear. Yu Qigong's eyes lit up in an instant. Let's go and have a look. Both of them were drunkards. Zhang Feng said that there was no wine. It was fine on the mountain, but where was it? This was a small tavern. How could there be no wine here? The two of them rummaged from the wine cabinet to the backyard for a long time, but in the end, they still couldn't find any wine. They had to go back to the hall gloomily, looking everywhere with their 4 eyes. From the roof beam to the kitchen. At this moment, Zhang Feng came out. Looking at the strange eyes of the two of them, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you looking at?" Them. The two of them coughed and pretended that nothing had happened. When the 3 meat dishes and a few vegetable dishes were served, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at the golden marinated jerky, he asked, "Is this the good thing you said?" The jerky was cut into small pieces by Zhang Feng. Then he dried the leftover rice crust and placed it on top of the jerky. He sprinkled a handful of pepper and cumin on it and added a spoonful of hot oil. The taste. It would be strange if the two of them could stand it. When Zhang Feng was about to put all the dishes on the table, Qing Yaojin pulled him and said, Fengzi, you have good dishes, but this beer. Isn't it a bit too bad? Zhang Feng stared and pointed to a bucket of swill in the corner. There is no white wine, but there is some swill. Do you want to drink it? Chapter 869. You only know how to drink. Why didn't you drink alcohol before? Zhang Feng was also annoyed by Yu Qiu's matter. Now that he said that, he felt that he had gone overboard. Fortunately, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong were both shameless people. Zhang Feng was like a younger brother to them. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't have any white wine, the two didn't say anything. They glanced at Zhang Feng and started to eat. This made Zhang Feng feel that he was being petty. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little awkward. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin asked as he tore a piece of jerky, I heard from Iron Bull that you're preparing to take over the mid-autumn hunt? How's the preparation going now? Excluding today, there are only 10 days left. Do you want Old Man to find a Kuju team for you? When it came to serious matters, Zhang Feng couldn't help but look serious. Forget about the Kuju team. Even if I look for one now, I won't be able to find one. Hearing this, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin looked at each other and said, Don't tell me you're planning to form a Kuju team yourself in these 10 days. The two of them had never heard of this from Chung Chumo and the others. However, he dared to form a Kuju team when he didn't know anything about it. Moreover, it was within 10 days. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible. However, since this kid said so, it meant that he was prepared. Although this mid-autumn hunt didn't seem to be a big deal, it was obvious that the Imperial College was targeting Chang and University and Zhang Feng's White Deer College, who asked Zhang Feng to be in the limelight during this period of time. If Zhang Feng didn't come out on top during the mid-autumn hunt, then if Zhang Feng's academy failed in the 3 autumn hunts after 3 years of imperial examinations, then in that case, he wouldn't have to participate in the imperial examinations. This mid-autumn hunt was equivalent to the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights inspecting the situation of the academy in advance for the emperor. If you can't even handle a small mid-autumn hunt, how can you get a chicken? He might as well not participate in the imperial examinations. How embarrassing. In other words, it was a kind of resource deviation of the country to the academy. The Imperial College had been established for a long time, and it was built by the people of the imperial court. Naturally, it had a close relationship with the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights. Originally, the matter of the mid-autumn hunt should have been notified long ago. But this year's situation was special. Because of the locust plague and the food shortage on Mount Hua, many things were put on hold. Even the imperial examinations had been suspended. No one had thought that the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights would suddenly make an announcement at this time. No one knew what the emperor was thinking. Did he really believe that Zhang Feng could resolve this matter? Or was he deliberately trying to make Zhang Feng stand up? Preparing for the mid-autumn poetry meet? Although Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong had unique talents in military affairs, they were not good in this aspect. They only knew that someone was targeting Zhang Feng, but they did not know the details. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng like this, they could not help but think that Zhang Feng was angry just now because of this matter. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin nodded and said, I thought it was something else. So this is what you are worried about? You can leave this matter to me. I have been training with the training manual you gave me last time. I have a group of good people under me. If you trust me, you can take this recruit training manual to participate in the mid-autumn hunt. It will definitely open the eyes of those idiots from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights. Yes, old Yu is right. I think this matter will work. The two of them echoed each other. Zhang Feng curled his lips and said, Just put your hearts in your stomachs. You don't have to worry about this matter. When the two heard this, their eyes lit up and they asked in unison, Did you prepare something good? What do you mean something good? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the two of them. He seriously suspected that the two of them were preparing to scam him again. However, seeing that the two of them were so concerned about this matter, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a plan. He smiled and asked, The two of you are really concerned about this little brother. This little brother has indeed prepared something good, but right now, I'm lacking manpower. Would the two of you like to help this little brother? This time, It was Yu Qigong and Yu Qigong's turn to be shocked. Zhang Feng smiled. Especially when he smiled so cheekily, he was definitely up to something. The two of them were smart people. How could they not know? After looking at each other, the two of them immediately asked with vigilance, "Tell us about it first. We will think about it." Where could he find free labor that didn't cost him anything? Didn't they take the initiative to come to their door? Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and said, Hey, don't feel pressured. It's not difficult to do. I just need to trouble the two of you to help me find some carpenters and blacksmiths. As for the rest, I just need to send some cement from my Xingshan Academy. As for the rest, you just need to make a floor as big as my tavern and put 2 backboards on the trees on both sides of the floor. If the two of you are too lazy to go to Xingshan Academy, you can also pave the floor with stone slabs. Yu Qigong and Yu Qigong's faces were full of question marks. What kind of operation was this? They could not help but ask suspiciously, just this? Chapter 870. Yu Qigong and Li Yongjin thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. It was too simple. This is so simple that it couldn't be any simpler. But why did you make this? They didn't know about cement. But they had been to Mount Shao. The market at the foot of Mount Shao was made of that stuff. The two of them had been itching to take some home. A little bit of mud-like stuff was poured on the ground, and after a while, it became like a stone. This was simply too amazing. At this time, seeing that Zhang Feng actually wanted them to go to the mountain to transport cement, the two of them couldn't help but quickly fiddle with their little abacus in their hearts. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. If they could seize this opportunity, okay. What a coincidence. We really have nothing to do during this time. Just tell us, where can we get this stuff you mentioned? We'll go back and find someone to get it now. Yu Qigong slammed the table, shaking the dishes on the table. Zhang Feng was also shocked. What's wrong with you? Sit down, don't be agitated. I suspect that I didn't explain this to you clearly. You two listen carefully. Zhang Feng seriously suspected that what he said was distorted by the two of them. This thing, I call it a basketball court. I know, isn't it the thing you prepared for this mid-autumn hunt? Cheng Yaojin interrupted Zhang Feng, but it seemed that he really hadn't heard of the word basketball. He hurriedly asked, "What is a basketball?" Basketball is a fun thing that I invented. Zhang Feng didn't know how to explain it. There was no way to explain this thing at all. In this era, there was only Kuju, which they couldn't understand. After rubbing his forehead, Zhang Feng said, "It's hard to explain it clearly. You two go and do what I said first. When the ball is done tomorrow, I'll tell you what it is. I really can't tell you now. How about it?" Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin weren't happy. Hey, what's wrong? You still want to hide it from us? You brat, you're not being honest. It's not about being honest or not. If I tell you right now, he's just a ball. Will you believe me? Besides, the ball will only be fixed tomorrow. What do you want me to do? Seeing this, the two of them reluctantly shut their mouths. Well, let's have a drink. By the way, Feng Zi, where do you plan to put this ball court thing? Get it? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, if he wanted to promote basketball, especially before the autumn hunt, and let the people accept this thing, he could only do it to the extent that every community and every market had a basketball court, just like in the future. In that case, once it attracted the enthusiasm of the people for basketball, it would naturally be recognized by the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights during the mid-autumn hunt. At that time, there would be 5 people that he had personally trained. Then, Zhang Feng could not help but have a crazy plan in his mind. Old Yu, Old Chen, I have something that you guys need to think about for me. If you think it's feasible, you guys have a lot of people under you. Go and do it for me today. Is that okay? Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong narrowed their eyes. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't look like he was joking, they couldn't help but stop joking. They went forward and asked, "Tell us about it." There is, but how to do it depends on how you guys do it. Old Chen, do you still remember the promotion of the cooperative and the bone-strengthening powder? Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong's eyes lit up when they heard this. However, Cheng Yaojin was speechless. He asked, "Then tell me, what is this ball-watching thing? You're saying it out of the blue." Zhang Feng patted Qing Yaojin's shoulder and snapped his fingers. You have to listen carefully. You all know about Kuju, right? Yes, we know. Not only do we know, but we also play together when we have nothing to do. That's right. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they had played with this thing, it would be easy to handle. This thing is actually the same as Kuju. However, Kuju is played with the feet, while this basketball is played with the hands. There is a frame about the size of a wash basin more than 10 feet above the ground. There is one on each side of the court. There is no need to explain this, right? The two nodded. They stared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng continued, as long as the ball is thrown into the frame, it counts as winning the game. This thing is not like Kuju, which is used for fighting. This thing is completely invented by me to strengthen the body. It's not as good as old Master Li. As soon as they heard Zhang Feng mention the retired emperor, the two immediately sat up straight. Although Zhang Feng was a little surprised, he didn't care and said, "You have seen old Master Li's body. However, if old Master Li played it every day, his physical fitness would definitely be better than now." Is this thing really so magical? Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin couldn't help but think of the poker cards that Zhang Feng had invented before. When Zhang Feng had made that thing, he had said that it was a good thing. Yes, it was a good thing, but it was too damn expensive. Now, not only were all the gambling houses using poker cards, but even the military and the women at home were playing it when they had nothing to do. In a short period of time, the two's money had shrunk. It was still okay in the military. If you shouted, no one would dare to play. However, if you dared to shout at home, you could try it. You couldn't even enter the door at night. Chapter 871. Although the women in his family quarreled with each other for a few copper coins every day because of this toy, if he dared to stop them from playing with it, he would not be able to enter the room for half a month. This was even more cruel than the scourge of wild beasts. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Feng was about to come up with something, the two of them could not help but be alarmed. "Fengzi, this thing you're talking about? Is it really for strengthening the body? Nothing else?" They were really scared. If it were not for the fact that this thing was made by Zhang Feng, and if it were made by someone else, the emperor would have chopped the person who invented the poker card into pieces. Why would he wait until now? Basically, the concubines in the harem were playing this thing all day long. Although they were not as competitive, it was still a headache for Li Shimin. Zhang Feng knew better than anyone about the poker card, but he had no choice. He was not good at chess, and under old Master Li's pressure, how could he withstand it? He had no choice but to come up with something like this to fend off old Master Li's attacks. He didn't allow this thing to spread out. However, at this moment, it was useless to say all this. Although Zhang Feng knew what Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong were thinking, Zhang Feng really had to instill some knowledge into them about basketball. Otherwise, they would be too naive. Cough cough. This basketball is actually something that my respected teacher told me about when we were at Phoenix Ridge. He said that this thing can not only strengthen the body, relax the muscles and circulate the meridians, but it can also prolong life. Hearing that, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were instantly energized. "Are you sure?" The two of them asked almost at the same time. Zhang Feng saw that the two of them were on the same page, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Of course. This thing, guess how old my teacher is this year?" Hearing this, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong were shocked. Although they were also very curious about who Zhang Feng's master was, to be able to teach him so many magical things, they were still very curious. Now that they saw that Zhang Feng was going to talk about his master, they couldn't help but sit down on Zhang Feng's bench. They didn't even bother to drink their wine. This time, it was Zhang Feng's turn to explode. It was because of the fleas on Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin. It could be seen with the naked eye. How could Zhang Feng dare to sit between the two of them? Moreover, Zhang Feng seriously suspected that the two of them had some special fetishes. Zhang Feng hurriedly jumped up and sat on the other side. Hey, don't be like this. I'll say it, okay? Don't be rough. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. So this kid was actually into this. Yu Qigong couldn't help but light one of Zhang Feng's cigarettes. He took a puff and said, Then tell us, what's the deal with this thing? Also, Lao Li has always been very interested in your master's matters. If you tell us today, Lao Li might be happy and you won't have to pay a single cent for this. Zhang Feng didn't care about this little bit of money. It didn't cost much anyway. Most importantly, I've already given you the job. Why would I give you money? You're thinking too much. However, Zhang Feng couldn't say anything. These two were much dumber than Lao Li and the others. If only Lao Li and the others were here, how good would that be? At least he wouldn't have to waste so much saliva. This matter started from the winter of 2 years ago. You all know about Phoenix Ridge, right? It's a little bit below Yangping Pass. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin nodded. Not only had they been there, but they also knew that it was Zhang Feng's hometown. Zhang Feng continued, at that time, I was still a stubborn person, like Qin Tiniu. But that day, when I went to the mountain to pick wild mushrooms with my friends from the village, I met an old man. Even if I don't tell you, you should be able to guess. That's right, that old man was my master. When he saw me, he hugged me and climbed up the cliff with his bare hands from the mountain stream. Poor Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong didn't know that they had been led astray by Zhang Feng. The two listened and sucked in a breath of cold air. And then? That's AF** King Immortal. I know the area around Yangping Pass. The mountains are steep and dense with forests. There are many wild animals. 2 years ago, with your physique, you would have weighed at least 100 pounds. This home? Cough cough, how did the old Mr. climb it with his bare hands? Hurry up and tell me. Zhang Feng didn't even think and directly told them the story of the meeting between Ling Huchong and Feng Qingyang in the movie The Proud Journey to the West. Although I don't know how old my master is, he should be at least 70 or 80 years old. But on that steep mountain wall, it was as if he had suction cups on his hands. When he clasped the wall, he jumped more than 100 feet high. Hiss. F***ck, is he still human? A 70 or 80-year-old old man carrying a kid. Is he an immortal? F***ck. Chapter 872. Zhang Feng saw that the two of them were very smart. They didn't have to work as hard as Yu Shernan and the others. If Yu Shernan and the others heard it, they would ask about it according to the things in the books. But these two wouldn't. Because what Zhang Feng didn't know was that these two guys were generals. They had heard a lot of rumors about this kind of thing, but they used to think that it must be fake. But at this time, they listened very seriously. There was no other way. If they didn't believe it, then they had never seen Zhang Feng's ability. Even Yuan Tiangang, the old faker, said that this kid was strange and that he was the Z-Way star in the sky. Then, the old guy he was talking about now, was it true? The two of them thought so. They couldn't help but get excited. Tell us. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Zhang Feng hurriedly got up. He avoided the two of them and said, "This thing is strange. I was scared at that time. These things were not even written in the book. But I met it that day. How can I not be afraid?" So, I struggled on his back, but it was to no avail. When I opened my eyes, guess what happened? I had already appeared at the highest peak of Qinling. What is that called? The highest one is called Luoxia Slope. Tell us what happened in the end. By the way, don't talk about these useless things. Just tell us, what did this old man say to you? The more the two of them listened, the more excited they became. They hurriedly raised their hands to slap Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was scared and pointed at the two of them. Hey, what are you doing? I won't tell you if you continue like this. Lao Tzu is too lazy to play basketball. Seeing this, the two of them were ready to sandwich Zhang Feng in the middle. Zhang Feng couldn't sit still. He hurriedly said, "Don't, I beg you two brothers to spare me. I will tell you, okay? Speaking of which, that's not right. After Master brought me up the mountain, he said that I'm a genius that's hard to come by in 100 years and that I'm a savior of the world. He wanted to teach me some skills. Of course, I didn't want to. There are many old swindlers like him in Phoenix Ridge. How can I believe him? But the old man is not happy." He pointed at the foot of the mountain. "At that time, I was deceived. Do you know? He told me to go down alone. Oh my God, it's so high. How can it go down? In the end, under his tyranny, I gave in and became his disciple. After that, this old fellow stayed in a rundown temple in the mountains all day long and didn't go anywhere. Then in just 3 months' time, after that, the old guy ran away. He only said that he was going to play on the other side of the sea. When I have the ability to go to the other side of the sea, he will teach me his real ability. Immortal? Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were dumbfounded. These 2 words instantly flashed through their minds. Only such a person could train such an awesome disciple. You're saying that your master only taught you for a month? Yu Qigong asked, somewhat confused. Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, master said that I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong almost spat blood on Zhang Feng's face. You've already learned so much, and you still call that biting off more than you can chew? Do you have any shame? Kid, tell me about this basketball first. When we have time, we'll talk about your master. Xingyan choked on a mouthful of smoke, his face flushed red. What they cared about was this thing that could prolong their lives. In the early years, the 2 of them squandered wantonly because of their strong bodies. However, in the recent 2 years, they stopped and realized that there was something wrong with their bodies. Especially at night, their backs would ache. Thunder, rain, and change of weather would make their bones feel as if someone was whipping them. This was the torture that all the generals had to endure. Don't look at how awesome they were during the day. But once night fell, they would turn into cowards. Therefore, as long as you heard of something on the market that could prolong one's life and strengthen one's body, you wouldn't find a single trace of it the next day. This was the reason why the bone-strengthening powder and locusts could be accepted by people. Because those things were really useful. However, these things were temporary. If they ran out this year, they would have to wait until next year to have more. This made them worried. Although they already had some in stock, they couldn't afford to eat it. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say that the basketball had such an effect, how could Yu Qigong sit still? Now, his mind was full of basketball. Seeing that the 2 of them were successfully led to the right path, Zhang Feng said with a smile, "This basketball is not medicine. It's just a sport, just like kickball." Sport? The 2 of them were a little confused. It's a sport. Look at the people in Chang'an City now. What's the best thing for them? It's to stroll around the streets and brag. This won't do. People have to find something to do. Otherwise, after walking around for a day or sleeping for a day, their whole body will be scattered. When the 2 of them heard this, they felt that there was really such a thing. Sometimes, the 2 of them couldn't sleep at night because of the pain. Whenever they had time during the day, they would sleep. However, it was different in the military camp. On the contrary, they felt that nothing was wrong. Involuntarily, the 2 of them listened more carefully to Zhang Feng's words. When Zhang Feng saw this, he said again, "I'll tell you a secret, but you have to promise that you won't tell anyone." Chapter 873. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were completely taken in by Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng was right no matter what he said. Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to say something extraordinary, they couldn't help but stare at him. "What are you talking about? Don't you trust me?" Zhang Feng waved his hand again and again. "It's nothing. If that's the case, then I'll say it. Basketball, to put it bluntly, is a course that our academy will open in the future. It's called physical education. But this thing can be used in the army. From the streets to the army, and then to the palace. Have you thought about it? What if one day, basketball completely replaces Kuju? What will happen? By then, all the big families will have this thing in their courtyards. The streets will be filled with children and old women playing basketball. In the army, this is a very good activity to select the top talents. This thing has an extremely high physical requirement. From children playing, to old women, to the academy, and then to the army, there are some things in there. Although they are all played by people, the technology, how to cooperate in battle, how to cooperate, and how to consume energy are all arranged in a straight line. So, wait a moment. Yu Qigong hurriedly interrupted Zhang Feng. At this time, his curly beard was trembling. The fleas on his beard were jumping everywhere as if there was an earthquake. It seemed to show Yu Qigong's excitement at this time. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said in a very gentlemanly manner. He waved his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Go ahead. What kind of gesture is this? Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were a little confused and asked. Zhang Feng also felt abrupt, but he was thick-skinned and said, this is a etiquette on the basketball court. It means gentlemanly demeanor. The so-called gentlemanly demeanor is the demeanor of a man. Oh. It turned out that this was gentlemanly etiquette with one hand behind his back and the right hand reaching out to someone's face? The two of them couldn't help but remember this deeply in their hearts. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin fought for the right to speak. In the end, Yu Qigong took the lead and said, do you think this can be fully used in the military? Afraid that Zhang Feng would misunderstand, Yu Qigong explained again, didn't I set up a military training ground? This looks a little interesting, but these little guys are like little chicks. It's not easy to choose the best one. How do you think you can apply this to the military? Well, Zhang Feng really didn't know how to do it. Looking at the chessboard left behind by Li Yuan in the corner, he could not help but have a bright idea. Actually, this is very easy to choose. You can't really split into two groups to gang up on each other, and you can't go one by one. This way, you can only reflect the size of their fists. In terms of military judgment and overall coordination, you really can't see anything. For example, this expectation. The real talent in the game takes the overall situation into consideration. In this basketball court, for example, you two, Old Chen and Old Yu, each of you sent out 5 players. It's not up to me to decide how to win, nor is it up to fists. It's up to the person who can throw the ball into the basket the most times without breaking any rules. Only the person who can throw the ball into the basket the most times will win. This will test the cooperation of the entire team. Yes. In the military, this is also called calling out soldiers on the battlefield. Tell me, what do you think of this thing? At this time, it was finally Qing Yaojin's turn to speak. He hurriedly said, but this doesn't reflect the difference in it. How can you see that it's good for physical fitness and the selection of military seedlings? It's better to just throw them into the mountains and come back alive. That's the kind of method that works? Zhang Feng looked at Qing Yaojin with some disdain and said, are you going to follow them into the mountains and watch them one by one? Qing Yaojin shook his head. Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, isn't that enough? As a general, it's impossible for him to do everything by himself. So, how can he really choose? I realize that this needs to be done under his nose. Although my military training manual also mentioned this, it's more important to pay attention to one's physical fitness training. Basketball is different. This thing not only requires you to judge the opponent's attacking route, but also to consider your teammates. You have to operate your hands, eyes, and brain at the same time. This is the embodiment of a whole, and whether an individual's physical fitness and the ability to coordinate the battle as a whole. Do you understand now? After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he looked at them. Only then did he realize that these two guys were already stunned. When Zhang Feng saw this, he did not say anything. He just smiled and drank his beer to moisten his throat. The grievances he had suffered during this period of time seemed to have dissipated a lot when he bragged today. Awesome. It was simply too awesome. While drinking, Zhang Feng was also thinking about basketball at this time. In order to win this mid-autumn hunt, basketball was very important. After all, this was the only thing he was familiar with. The Kuju of the Tang dynasty? Forget it, how was that Kuju? It was simply a group of people fighting. Often, at least a few people would die if an abnormal Kuju was played. Zhang Feng could not stand this. However, he had to participate in this mid-autumn hunt. Therefore, if Zhang Feng wanted to promote this thing at this time, it would depend on whether his bragging was good or not. But now, it seemed that the effect was surprisingly good. Chapter 874. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong had never seen such a thing before. They were soldiers, and they were only focused on how to lead the army well and how to reduce the number of deaths of the people under their command. Usually, as long as they heard that there were good things that could be used on soldiers, they would use force to get it. After all, it was not easy to train a soldier. Ever since the new recruit training rules were introduced, although it had only been half a month, the results were obvious. The lazy and sloppy soldiers were gone. Although their appetites had increased greatly, who were they? They were the gods of the army. As long as they heard that there was a lot of food, they would go and visit. They would not lend it to them? Fine, then they would stay here. Although their reputation was bad, at least they could let the people under them fill their stomachs, right? Who would not want to train a seedling successor from their hands? Everyone wanted to, but there were some secret ways in the army. Although they knew, there was nothing they could do. However, if what this kid said was right, then once this basketball was tested successfully and brought to the military camp, they would be able to find some hidden talents at any time, anywhere. However, this was not a big deal. The key was, could this thing really strengthen the body? Was it really as he said, that it could be played by two people, and that it was as simple as deducing on a sand table? Fengzi, what you said is right, but does this have anything to do with your master? Although you said it was extravagant, can this thing really strengthen the body and prolong life? The two suddenly thought of something important and could not help but realize that they had been led astray by this kid. Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong in surprise, but soon, Zhang Feng recovered. He really did not expect that Yu Qigong would react so quickly. But was it useful? Zhang Feng leaned on the door mysteriously and looked left and right. Then he sneakily closed the door and bolted it. They watched Zhang Feng's series of actions. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin could not help but feel ecstatic. Zhang Feng put his hands behind his back and lit a cigarette. Like a wise old monk, he wandered around the tavern for a long time, brewing his emotions. When Zhang Feng felt that it was about time, he slowly said, "Old Yu, you asked about electronics. I did not intend to tell you, but since you asked and we are brothers, then as brothers, although there is an oath, there are some things that I have to tell you. That will rot your butts, so I can only tell you what I can, but you have to promise me that you will not tell anyone. Otherwise, this oath, you will be in big trouble." The two were shocked when they heard this. There was such a thing? However, the two of them weren't fools. Naturally, they knew the severity of the matter. After the two of them swore, Zhang Feng said, "Actually, this thing is something that my master has been practicing, just like the 5 animal frolics. You should know about this, right?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin nodded their heads like a rattledrum. If they did not know about it, they would have lived in vain. They had to memorize a set of things every day. How could they forget? Could it be? The two looked at each other in horror. Zhang Feng nodded solemnly and said, "I heard from my master that this thing was something that he had researched before. In the end, he passed it on to one of his followers." F*CK, are you saying that Huatoa is your master's? Can you F*King keep your voice down? Do you want to go to Chang and City now and publicize it? Zhang Feng pretended to be nervous and stared at Qing Yaojin, pointed at his nose and shouted. In an instant, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong's hair stood on end. Although they did not believe it, they understood at this time. Was this thing born from the 5 animals frolics? Many people had studied the 5 animals frolics, especially the old faker Yuan Tiangang, who always said that this thing was a work of God. But he never dared to study anything from it. Could it be? Just as you think, this thing is indeed something that my master has improved. And my master has to train 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and night. No matter whether the weather is good or bad, he said, this can. Speaking of this, Zhang Feng didn't dare to say the word longevity out loud. If this was spread out, that would definitely bring about the calamity of death. Throughout history, all the kings and emperors had been going crazy for immortality. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin was also obsessed with this thing in the later period. If this was spread to that person's ears, the consequences were unimaginable. At this time, although Zhang Feng did not say that word, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were not fools. In their minds, the word longevity was already hanging high above their heads. But you win. This information, it was really, involuntarily, the two of them thought about it. Fengzi, if you trust me, old Chen, let us do this thing. Don't worry, what you just said, even if Lao Li asks, we won't say anything. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, but then he sighed deeply. Alas, it's not that I don't want to do it. It's that this thing is too expensive. I have no money. Chapter 875. After contracting the construction of the basketball court, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong walked out of the tavern in a daze. With trembling hands, they smoked one cigarette after another and strolled aimlessly on the streets of Cheng. They walked past Tonghui Lane and disturbed the people there. It was not until the guards at the imperial city gates placed a long halberd on their necks that the cold and familiar feeling woke them up. They glanced at the imperial city gates and the guards who recognized them and were trembling with fear. They turned numbly and squatted in the corner. I say, Old Hay, how much of what Fengzi said is true? Yu Qigong asked in a hoarse voice. Qing Yaojin did not say anything for a long time. He also wanted to know if what the kid said was true. Some of it was true. But from the locust powder and bone-strengthening powder, Qing Yaojin really believed that what the kid said was true. After all, he had eaten those two things before. Once he ate those things, he felt much stronger, as if he had returned to his youth more than a decade ago. Even the pain all over his body and the pain in his knees rarely acted up. The wrinkles on his face and the white hair on his head seemed to have lessened. He really did look a decade younger. And what was that? That thing was something that could be seen and eaten with flavor. It was something that could be swallowed into the stomach. But now, what was this thing? Was it really that magical? Everyone, from old women to children, could play with it. Moreover, there were so many things inside it. What could it do? Could it be that he could make her younger just by playing with her? Qing Yaojin could not help but feel conflicted. I don't know. But this kid is really bad. He didn't even boast about the bone-strengthening powder like that. Yu Qigong sighed helplessly when he heard that. Isn't that so? Do you think we should discuss it with the emperor first? Or, Yu Qigong did not know what to do now. This matter is really tricky. If you want to tell His Majesty about it, what should you say? The emperor's brain would immediately think of that matter. They had sworn an oath not to spread it out, but if they didn't tell the emperor, what would they do if the emperor blamed them? This kid had nothing to do. Why did he make it sound so strange? Yu Qigong could not help but feel conflicted. When the two guards at the city gate brought 2 chairs for them, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it, let's do it. At least let's see if this matter is really as strange as Fengzi said, and then report it to the emperor in detail." Just as the two made up their minds to build a basketball court, Li Qingqian's face was covered in dirt as he pulled the chariot of black coal out of the Vermilion Bird Gate. As soon as they exited the city gates, Li Qingqian saw the dumbfounded Yu Qigong and his companion. He hurriedly got out of the palanquin and waved at them. When the two of them saw that it was the crown prince, they looked at each other and hurried away as if they hadn't seen him. Li Qingqian was dumbfounded. He waved his hand and asked, "Go check where those two went just now." "There's no need to check. The 2 dukes just went to the tavern and then squatted here for a long time," the guard leader hurriedly said. Li Qingqian was even more dumbfounded. Why did they turn into idiots after leaving the tavern? And why did Fengzi come to the tavern at this time? Li Qingqian's mind became active. He said to the guard leader, "Immediately send these things to the forge. I'll go to the tavern to take a look." Inside the carriage, Li Qingqian took 2 handfuls of black soot from the soles of his feet and rubbed it on his face. Then he changed into a new set of clothes. Without anyone noticing, he slipped out of the carriage and swaggered towards Tong Hui Fong. Li Qingqian's mind was filled with Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin's abnormal actions. If it was not Zhang Feng who did it, would he believe it? Both of them were extremely simple-minded. How could anyone see them in such a perplexed state? They were famous for being careless. How could they be like this? Obviously, if it was not Zhang Feng who made them confused, then it would be strange. Tong Hui Lane was not far. Moreover, Li Qingqian was familiar with all kinds of small roads. In a short while, Li Qingqian's head appeared at the entrance of the tavern. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was picking his teeth and drinking wine while lying on the recliner, Li Qingqian was furious. "Wow, you sent us all away. So you're hiding here to drink alone?" Zhang Feng's sudden roar scared the cup of wine to the point that it splashed on Zhang Feng's face, causing him to cough repeatedly. "I say, damn you, can't you say something when you're here? Are you a thief?" Zhang Feng was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. However, Li Chengqian did not care. Under Zhang Feng's gaze, he walked into the tavern and sat opposite of Zhang Feng. He picked up Zhang Feng's exquisite iron flask and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. This wine is still the best. Fengzi, give me another jug. This small flask is not enough. Chapter 876. Zhang Feng was very angry. The consequence was naturally, didn't I ask you to get the coal? You got the coal? You still have the nerve to drink here? I only have such a small pot of wine. Can't you leave me alone for a while? Zhang Feng roared with some distress. He pointed at the leftovers on the table after Qing Yaojin and Qin Haodong had left. Li Chengqian didn't care about that. He drank the wine and ate the leftovers on the table with relish. After coming down from Shao Mountain today, Li Chengqian rode the white horse all the way to the imperial palace. After reporting to Li Shimin waved his hand and wrote a note directly. Then he asked Li Chengqian to search the imperial palace thoroughly. All the places where coal could be hidden, from the imperial kitchen to the Imperial Institute of Medicine, were searched thoroughly. Even the local treasury of Chang and city was thoroughly searched by Li Chengqian. But even so, Li Chengqian only got 3 carts of coal. Li Chengqian didn't know why Zhang Feng wanted so much coal, but his reason told him that the steel was ready this time. And the most important thing was that the gun Zhang Feng promised him was ready. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Li Chengqian, Zhang Feng had to say helplessly, "Eat, eat, eat, sooner or later you will die. By the way, how are you doing with the coal? You still talk about coal? Since I came down from Shao Mountain today, I haven't touched a single grain of rice. But fortunately, I'm resourceful and really got 3 carts of coal. Now I'm transporting it to the mountain. But let me tell you something. In the whole Chang and city, except for those officials, there is no coal. If you want it, you have to wait for Uncle Yu to get it for you from Tubo. Or wait for the people of the Wang clan to open a kiln." Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief after learning that he had obtained 3 carriages of coal. So be it. At least his urgent need was solved. As for coal, Zhang Feng had been thinking about how to smelt steel when he was lying on the recliner. Coal was really a necessary material. Otherwise, if the temperature was not high enough, iron would not be able to be smelted into steel. However, if he were to rely on transporting coal from Tubo, it would be impossible to put out a nearby fire. Moreover, if someone were to find out about his secret, then he would be standing on the cusp of the storm. Zhang Feng couldn't help but shrink back into the recliner. Looking at Li Chengqian, who was stuffing himself with food, he couldn't help but ask, "Are there any coal mountains near Chang'an?" "Why are you asking this?" Li Chengqian asked in surprise. He bit his chopsticks and pondered for a long time before saying, "If it's a mountain of coal, there shouldn't be any. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent such a high price to buy coal from the Wang clan. Moreover, those big clans seem to have a dog's nose. Do you think they would let go of such an opportunity?" That was true. Zhang Feng couldn't help but nod his head. However, Zhang Feng faintly felt that there seemed to be coal mines near Chang'an, which was in Lantian County. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Or was there really no coal in the world that Lao Tzu had transmigrated to? According to his memory, there was a large amount of coal reserves near Chang. Moreover, in Lantian County near Shao Mountain, there should be a large number of coal mines. Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Li Chengqian, do you know about Lantian County?" "They do." Suddenly, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly said, "Stop eating. Go and find the county magistrate." Li Chengqian was stunned. Li Chengqian. As the crown prince, you want me to go and find the county magistrate?" However, seeing Zhang Feng's excited face, he couldn't help but be even more confused. However, Zhang Feng's next sentence made Li Chengqian unable to sit still. "If I'm not wrong, that Lantian County has a large number of coal mines." Hearing this, Li Chengqian completely exploded. The most troublesome thing for the palace now was that all kinds of resources were basically monopolized by the big clans. If Lantian County had it, then... However, this wasn't certain. After all, Zhang Feng had never been to that place. It was only a guess. In an instant, Li Qingqian's enthusiasm was mostly extinguished. Li Qingqian walked lazily to the door and coughed. The guard commander who was standing at the door appeared beside him like a ghost. Li Qingqian instructed and once again sat in front of Zhang Feng with a heavy heart. "Fengzi, are you sure that Lantian County really has it?" "How could Zhang Feng be sure?" "I don't know yet. However, I'm guessing that place should have it. There's a lot of hope. If that place has coal, then we'll be rich." Just as the two of them were fantasizing about a beautiful tomorrow, Niu Weili was sweating profusely as he plunged into the small tavern. He seemed to be afraid as he looked behind him. After confirming that there was no one behind him, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Feng also noticed Niu Weili's strange behavior. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to ask, Niu Weili immediately put on a smiling face and said, "Brother Zhang, we meet again." "Young master, may I ask?" Li Qingqian said indifferently. "Just call me Li Qingqian." Niu Weili's eyebrows twitched. As if remembering something, he circled around Li Qingqian and said, "Brother Zhang, why did you look for me in such a hurry?" Chapter 877. Calling him Brother Zhang. Li Qingqian was so embarrassed that his cancer was acting up. But in order to find out if there was a coal mine in Lantian County, Li Qingqian endured it. Zhang Feng and Niu Weili chatted for a bit, and even drank 3 bowls of wine. They still had their arms around each other's necks, and kept calling each other old brothers. "Brother, I heard that your hometown is in Lantian?" Niu Weili was already dizzy after drinking 3 bowls of white wine. He had never drunk such wine before, and it was 3 big bowls in a row. No one could take it. "Yes, brother, how did you know?" "Who in Chang and city doesn't know Master Niu's name? Who doesn't know him? I've been sitting on the mountain and I've been hearing people talking about Master Niu." Niu Weili patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with a red face and said, "Don't talk about it, brother has a hard time." Li Qingqian rolled his eyes and continued to drink his wine. Zhang Feng continued to ask, "Then, brother, can you tell me about Lannan?" "Brother, my Shao Mountain is not far from Lantian. I plan to buy some property in Lantian. Can you tell me about it?" Hearing that, Niu Weili patted his chest and said, "Then, brother, you found the right person. I've been a county magistrate in Lantian for so many years, and I grew up drinking Lantian water. I remember every blade of grass and every tree in Lantian. When the time comes, just tell me, what are you going to do?" Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Then, brother, can you tell me about Lannan? After all, I haven't been to Lantian." "Hey! What's the big deal?" "London." Niu Weili took advantage of the wine and said a lot of things while he was dizzy and spitting saliva. Finally, after he finished, Zhang Feng poured him another bowl of wine and asked, "Then, brother, do you have coal in Lantian?" "Coal?" In an instant, Niu Weili woke up. "I know about this thing, but I've only heard of it. The place in Lantian's Erpi Gully is also called Erpi Ridge. There are people there who saw a black stone when they were herding cattle and sheep. They said that it was burning and smoking. I don't know if it's true or not. But other than that, Lantian has never heard of this thing." After saying that, Niu Weili was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Don't tell me you want to." Zhang Feng nodded. Meanwhile, Li Qingqian could no longer sit still as he looked at Niu Weili in shock. Seeing Zhang Feng nod, Niu Weili was silent for a while before he said, "If it was someone else, I wouldn't have said this. But since you asked, I'll give you a piece of advice. Do you know the people of Taiyuan Wang clan?" When Zhang Feng heard about the Wang clan again, and it was about a county magistrate, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. "I know, but what does this have to do with the Wang clan?" Niu Weili poured himself a bowl of wine and said, "Brother, you don't know. A few years ago, when I was working in Lantian, the people of the Wang clan would come here every few days. Although I didn't know what they were doing, I learned from a drunkard of the Wang clan later that the people of the Wang clan were looking for underground things. But in the past 2 years, they didn't go there often. If you want to do this, you have to weigh the power of the Wang clan first, otherwise." Hearing Niu Weili's words, Li Qingqian's face suddenly changed. The people of the Wang clan actually extended their claws to Lantian? However, Zhang Feng wasn't interested in these things. As long as this place wasn't sold, the Lao Tzu wouldn't be afraid of you. When the Lao Tzu got the firearms, I don't care what your family name is. If you provoke the Lao Tzu will wipe you out in minutes. Brother, did the people of the Wang clan buy land in Lantian? With this question, Nyo Weili instantly fell silent. After drinking a full bowl of wine, Nyo Weili said, "No, but they have seen the place in Erpi Ridge a few times. Otherwise, how could I remember living in this place?" Zhang Feng instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't sold. Once the important matters were dealt with. Zhang Feng and Nyo Weili chatted about this and that until Nyo Weili was drunk. Zhang Feng said to Li Chingqian, "Now you should know what to do, right?" "How would I know what you want to do? Are you going to kill him to silence him?" Zhang Feng looked at Li Chingqian as if looking at an idiot. "Why don't you kill him for me to see? Lao Tzu wants you to buy land. Buy the entire Erpi Ridge for me, as well as the area around it. Buy as much as you can. Buy land. Although the price of land other than arable land was very low, it still cost 10 copper coins per mu." Zhang Feng just had to say that he was going to buy the land. Where was the money? While talking, Li Chingqian stretched out his hand. "Give me the money, I'll buy it now." Zhang Feng was a little confused. "Look at how much my meat is worth. Take it and sell it." Li Chingqian also cried when he heard that. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Brother, my good brother, look at how much my meat is worth. I really don't have any money. Give me some money to build the school. If it weren't for those industries in Chang'an, I would have sold clothes in pawn shops." Chapter 878. The land in the Tang dynasty was extremely cheap. As long as you had money. With legal procedures, you could buy and sell as much as you wanted. No one would care and they would be too lazy to leave. People would even want you to buy the entire piece of land. That would be great. This was the Tang dynasty. If this was the suburbs of Xi'an in the future, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, Zhang Feng drove Li Chingqian away. As long as he got the coal mine, he would also be a person with a mine. After Zhang Feng casually cleaned up the dishes, he wanted to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. He couldn't help but take out the dirt that Nyo Weili had sent. These things, although they didn't look like much, only Zhang Feng knew that they were good things. Potatoes. The potato in Zhang Feng's hand was not big, only the size of an egg. And its color was brown. This was the earliest type of potato. Zhang Feng didn't know if this potato had really been soaked in water. Logically speaking, he really didn't believe that a broken ship could survive such a long journey. Even if this potato was lucky enough to survive such a long journey, it was still unknown if it could be grown. Zhang Feng couldn't help but secretly pray in his heart. Since he couldn't sleep, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think about the potatoes. The brewery was next door. Holding the 7 potatoes, Zhang Feng went out with his hands behind his back. He hadn't been to the brewery for a long time. At this time, because of the wheat, few people came in and out of the brewery. But once the wheat was harvested, it would definitely be very lively. But at this time, except for the malt smell of distillers' grains, it seemed abandoned. The Chang and brewery sign hung at the entrance. At this time, there was no one guarding. As soon as he entered the brewery, he saw 3 old men using brooms to clean up the distillers' grains piled up everywhere in the big yard. When he saw someone come in, Old Man Chu lazily shouted without raising his head, "There's no more wine. You have to wait 2 days for more wine." "Prince Zhang?" One of the old men seemed to recognize Zhang Feng and exclaimed before the other man finished speaking. Hearing this, the remaining 2 old men hurriedly turned around. Seeing that it was indeed Zhang Feng, the 3 old men happily welcomed him. Are you busy?" Zhang Feng greeted the 3 old men with a smile. No. It's so idle that it's going to get moldy. It's because the weather is good, so I'm thinking of drying these wine grains. When spring comes, I'll send them to the fields in Shao Mountain to plant crops there." Obviously, they didn't know that Zhang Feng didn't plant any crops on the deserted mountain. In their minds, if they could buy a mountain, wouldn't that mean it was an important place? However, the unintentional actions of these 3 old men still made Zai Zhangfeng somewhat moved. If this potato could be successfully cultivated and tested within this year, then Ma Zhou might be busy next year. Zhang Feng smiled as he looked at the three old men and taught them how to let the distiller's grains ferment naturally. After teaching them, Zhang Feng and the three old men sat on the firewood in front of the stove and asked, "How's the brewery's sales now?" Hearing this, the three old men instantly sighed. If it was a month ago, the threshold here would have been broken. However, ever since the famine, some people who were so hungry that they didn't even let go of the distiller's grains. It's great now. Although the famine has basically stabilized, the beer is considered a waste. Without food, what can we do? So now, in order to make a living, basically everyone has gone to Shao Mountain. Only the three of us are here to guard the door. If your friends send food over, the three of us can basically take care of it. It's also considered as guarding the door. Zhang Feng heard this and felt helpless. Without food, how could they brew the beer? However, now that Lao Li had the recipe for the white wine, this old man must have put his focus on the white wine. How could he think of this? The three old men were probably going to be idle for a long time. However, looking at the potatoes in his hand, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be interested. "Three old men, I plan to close the brewery by the end of the year." Hearing this, a trace of loneliness flashed across the three old men's faces. Although there was only a daily income of 5 copper coins, what was that for? They were guarding the door. They were already in their 60s. The old village chief pitied them for being able to find a job here. They didn't starve to death during the famine. Now, if the owner wanted to close the brewery, what could they say? However, Zhang Feng's next sentence made the three old men very excited. "However, although the brewery is closed, this place will still be guarded by the three of you. I have a secret mission here. This mission is very difficult. I don't usually tell people. However, seeing that the three of you are respected elders in Tong Hui Fang, I want to ask for your help." How could the three old men withstand Zhang Feng's words? They were so agitated that their toothless lips trembled. "Prince Zhang, what are you talking about? The three of us have been servants for our whole lives. We originally wanted to starve to death. Fortunately, Tong Hui Fang has a deity like you. The entire Tong Hui Fang has received good news." Zhang Feng's face turned stiff. "If the three of you continue to be like this, that kid will find someone else." Hearing this, the three old men immediately stopped crying. Zhang Feng opened a paper bag in his hand and revealed 7 potatoes inside. "I'll teach you a way later. You must remember that this thing is very precious. At least we don't have it in the Tang dynasty. This is from here." Zhang Feng pointed to the sky as he spoke. The three old men were so frightened that they trembled and almost knelt down again. Zhang Feng hurriedly threatened them again. Only then did the three old men stand up in shock. "This is good stuff. Once it's planted, there will be no famine." Hearing this, the old men who had been farming for their whole lives couldn't sit still. They all gathered around and looked at the potatoes. Some even rubbed their wrinkled faces against the potatoes. It didn't matter if they saw it. Some of them even wanted to take a bite. Zhang Feng quickly stopped them. "How is it? This is something from the heavens. Do you dare to get it out with the kid? However, without my permission, even your closest family members are not allowed to know about this. Do you understand? This is a secret of the heavens. If the secret of the heavens is revealed, you will die without descendants." Chapter 879. The three honest old men were stunned by Zhang Feng's words. It seemed that they were finally afraid after hearing Zhang Feng's words about not having any descendants. They swore that as long as Zhang Feng didn't say anything, even if Heavenly King Lao Tzu came, he wouldn't let them see a single strand of hair. Then, Zhang Feng grabbed a handful of broken copper coins and stuffed them into the arms of the three old men. "For this, you should separate a place near the brewery. The temperature of this place should be at least the same as the temperature of the stove." Then, Zhang Feng looked for a long time, but still couldn't find a suitable place. He looked at a few long wooden troughs on the side of the stove that seemed to be used to filter distiller's grains. Zhang Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. "Old sir, this thing is useless now, right? The distiller's grains seem to be similar to the troughs used to feed horses in stables, but they were more compact and about 2 zhang long." The three old men didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. They nodded and said, Now that there's no wine to brew, we're still wondering if we should chop it up. If young master has a use for it, then take it. Okay, since it's useless, I'll use it now. While speaking, Zhang Feng walked around the courtyard. The courtyard was made of soil that Zhang Feng ordered to tear down the extra houses. It was very fertile. In addition, the courtyard itself was very large. It was originally a rich family's residence, but after it belonged to Zhang Feng, it suffered great misfortune. The originally gorgeous houses were all turned into soil, leaving behind 3 rather gorgeous houses that were used as storage rooms, brewing rooms, and resting rooms. After Zhang Feng looked around, he pointed at a piece of land and had the 3 old men transport some of the yellow soil here with a wheelbarrow. They put it into the wooden trough, then poured water and scattered ashes from the bottom of the pot. After that, Zhang Feng carefully cut the potatoes in his hand into many small pieces according to the distribution of the sprouts on the potatoes. At this moment, the 3 old men were stunned. The dirt that was originally in Zhang Feng's hands could actually become alive in his hands. They couldn't help but look forward to this divine gift from the heavens even more. After wrapping the potato with a layer of ash, Zhang Feng carefully placed it into the wooden trough. The weather wasn't too cold, so there was no need for a heater. Zhang Feng instructed the 3 of them, when it's sunny, carry him out to bask in the sun. Spray a little bit of water with your mouth every day, especially at night. You must be careful of rats. Prince Zhang, don't worry. Even if the 3 of us die, we won't dare to put such a precious thing into the rat hole. The 3 of us will make an agreement with you. Okay, you don't need to be like this. You're old enough to be this kid's grandfather. Let's not be like this. While speaking, Zhang Feng searched his body. He didn't bring anything, so he simply picked up the paper bag that contained the potatoes and wrote a large sentence on it with charcoal. Then, he handed the paper to one of the 3 old men and said, "From now on, the 3 of you are directly under my control. Except for my orders, no one is allowed to enter. When you go back, take this to Chang and University and find the old Shuzai. Someone will naturally send your 3 meals a day. If there's anything, ask the old Shuzai to find me. But you must remember that this thing is really important. Once it germinates, you must inform me immediately." The 3 old men looked at each other. Finally, the 3 of them knelt down with a plop. Zhang Feng was a little at a loss. "Prince Zhang, the 3 of us have worked for others for a lifetime. How can we accept this? If you want us to do something, just say it. Why do you need to do this?" "Yes. If you do this, we won't be able to sleep well." It was not an exaggeration to say that these people were lowly bones. A lifetime of slavery made them accustomed to being ordered around. Although they also knew Zhang Feng's name, they were still a little surprised when they were alone with him. Out of the winery gate, Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Slavery society was like this. Servility. If you want to be good to a person and want to treat him as a person, it was simply harming him. But for the 3 old men, Zhang Feng did not care. After all, they did not have much time left. Besides, as long as they could cultivate these potatoes, even if they were given good clothes and jade food, it was not a big deal. Compared to these potatoes, what does that count for? Today, Zhang Feng, Yu Qigong, and the others bragged. Although a lot of it was false, they just wanted to let them understand and know the role of basketball. However, for Zhang Feng, there was only one sentence in what he said today, which was for himself. That was to go to the other side of the ocean. If he wanted to travel the world, he had to build a boat first. The premise of building a boat was that the Science and Technology Department could build a steam engine. All of these were like huge mountains. They were rotten and pressed on Zhang Feng's body. Although Zhang Feng liked this way of life in the Tang dynasty, he also wanted to urgently change this era. After all, he was used to the modern way of life. Let him come to this era where there was not even paper to wipe his ass. Could he stand it? Only change. Only then could they know how big this world was. And they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Chapter 880. The sky in Chang. She was just like a shy girl. Yesterday, it was still sunny and windy. But the next morning, it was already dark. The people looked up at the sky, and they were so excited that they couldn't contain it. This was the first rain of autumn, and it was also the signal for autumn planting. At this moment, there was finally a rare smile in Chang'an City. As long as there was rain, it meant that autumn planting could begin. And this rain was the first rain after 3 months. It was very precious to the hungry land. As long as food was planted, it meant that the famine was about to end. As long as they could endure until spring, the wild vegetables on the ridge would recover. At this moment, in the depths of Tonghui Lane, the chimney on a house with a mixture of thatch and tiles had not stopped smoking since yesterday. Niu Pai Huang. It was a nickname given to him by people in Tonghui Lane and who knew of his reputation. His real name was Huang Qiao. For generations, he was an expert in making cattle, sheep, horse skin, and pig skin. But last night he received a strange task. It was a pot of pitch-black stuff. He was asked to make it into rubber skin. But what was rubber? Spherical? What the hell is this? He really didn't understand. After working for half the night, he still couldn't make it. At this moment, he dismissed a few of his disciples who had stayed up with him for the night. Niu Pai Huang squatted in front of the stove and looked at the pitch-black stuff boiling over the fire. He felt a headache coming on. It was mainly disgusting. He wanted to look for Zhang Feng, but he heard that shopkeeper Zhang liked to wake up in the afternoon. Moreover, he was now the high and mighty Lord Zhu and the dean of White Deer College. He didn't dare to disturb him. He could only send someone to squat at the entrance of Chang'an City in the middle of the night to wait for Old He. At this moment, only Old He and a few others could contact Zhang Feng and disturb Zhang Feng. This wait lasted for another 2 hours. Niu Pai Huang finally couldn't wait any longer. He personally went to the entrance of Chang'an City to wait for Old He. Just as he stepped out of the door, he heard his little disciple arguing with someone as they walked over. Niu Pai Huang took a look and saw that Old Village Chief was here instead of Old He. His eyes lit up with joy. Niu Pai Huang hurriedly went forward and said, "Old Village Chief, you finally came. What's wrong? How long has it been since this old man returned to Tonghui Square? What happened? Please come in first. Let's talk inside." Niu Pai Huang invited the Old Village Chief into the house. Once they entered the house, the Old Village Chief couldn't take it anymore and rushed out of the house. He stared at Niu Pai Huang in horror and said, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Oxhide Huang's face turned bitter. He pointed at his eyes and said, "Look at my eyes, they're from staying up all night." Hearing this, the old village head looked carefully and couldn't help but ask, "Tell me, what's going on?" "It's like this. Yesterday, young Master Zhang sent me the strange thing in the pot. He wanted me to turn it into a ball, but after pondering for a long time, I couldn't figure out anything. How can this thing be turned into a ball?" "Master, wait, are you talking about that basketball?" Hearing this, not only was Niu Pai Huang stunned, even the old village chief was stunned. This term, he hadn't heard of it on the mountain? What was this Feng Zi up to now? The old village chief couldn't help but sit on the doorstep and stomp his walking stick on the ground. He said, "Tell me in detail, what is this basketball?" Niu Pai Huang's apprentice said, "This morning, when I was waiting at the city gate, I heard someone say that there was something that everyone, from old women to children, can play with. It's called basketball. They also said that this thing can not only strengthen one's body, but also prolong one's life, relax one's muscles, and promote blood circulation." Then he figured out the whole thing. The old village chief and the others were also stunned. What was this? Could it be? In the end, the gazes of the three converged on the pungent paste in the pot. This could prolong one's life? It could strengthen one's body? I'll be damned if I believe you. Hey, this prodigal. The matter of this paper hasn't been clarified yet, and he's starting to stir up trouble again? Niu Pai Huang, wait for me first. This matter isn't urgent. I'll go look for Feng Zi now. No matter whether this matter was caused by him or not, we can't let him harm others. This thing, what is it that can strengthen one's body and prolong one's life? I almost died just by inhaling it. Don't do it first, wait for me to come back." As he spoke, the old village chief left angrily. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he had lived for more than half of his life and had never seen such a smelly thing before. If this thing could prolong one's life, then there was nothing that could prolong one's life. He couldn't let Feng Zi be led into a ditch by those guys. They were a bunch of stubborn people to begin with. Even with their father, what could they do? Wasn't this considered stubborn? A bunch of stubborn people, what good things could they come up with? This was simply a thing that could harm people, wasn't it? If this was created, wouldn't it be terrible? This Feng Zi's head, when he thought of this, the old village chief's expression changed drastically. He leaned on his walking stick, bent his back, and ignored everyone along the way. He lowered his head and hurriedly ran towards Zhang Feng's pub. Chapter 881. Feng Zi. Feng Zi, hello? Are you awake? Zhang Feng, give the old man. Outside you lie restaurant. The old village chief shouted at the top of his lungs. Although there weren't many people in Tonghui Square in the morning, there were still many night watchmen or people who went to work for the rich. At this moment, they couldn't help but stop and watch. Old village chief, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? When the old village chief heard this, he raised his crutch and was about to beat someone up. Who's the shameless one who said that I'm acting crazy? When that person heard this, he lifted the night fragrance bucket on his shoulder and walked away with a mischievous smile. An old man who was familiar with the old village chief hurriedly pulled him back and said, Old village, are you tired of living? Feng Zi is now a lord and the chancellor of White Deer College. He's someone who has received an imperial order. Hurry up and stop messing around. When the county magistrate comes, you'll have to bear the consequences. Be careful not to go to jail. That's right, old village chief. Yesterday I saw Lord Niu personally visit Feng Zi. Yes. We all saw it. Old man, calm down. Creak. Amidst the hubbub, Zhang Feng finally couldn't sleep anymore. When he opened the door, he couldn't help but get a fright. Looking at the dumbfounded faces of the crowd, he asked, Good morning, everyone. What are you all doing here so early in the morning? When the old village chief heard this, he waved his crutch and chased everyone away. Then he pulled Zhang Feng into the small restaurant and locked the door. Feng Zi, I want to ask you something. Tell me honestly. Zhang Feng thought that something had happened on the mountain. He hurriedly invited the old village chief to sit down and said, Go ahead. I'm listening. Let me ask you. That basketball, did you ask Niu Pai Huang to play with it? Yes. What's wrong? Zhang Feng scratched his head. It seemed that this matter didn't happen on the mountain. As long as it didn't happen on the mountain, then it was fine. But when the old village head learned that Zhang Feng really let Niu Pai Huang do that thing, he was so angry that he stamped his walking stick several times and said, Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Look at you. I told you not to fool around with those little bastards on the street, but you didn't listen to me. Look at you now. Didn't you hear the rumors in Chang'an City? What are you talking about? Zhang Feng yawned and asked as he sat across from the village chief. What can I say? You said that basketball can prolong one's life, strengthen the body, relax the muscles, and activate the meridians. Yeah, that's how it is. This was indeed what Zhang Feng had asked old Yu and the others to do yesterday. He didn't make a mistake? How could this be? Old village chief, what happened? When the old village chief heard that, he instantly collapsed onto the bench and sighed, Sigh. It's all my fault for not stopping those street thieves earlier. It's also your fault. Your parents left early. This old man was also blinded by the benefits of the paper mill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to know each other. Zhang Feng was like a monk. He was completely dumbfounded by what the village chief said. He hurriedly asked, What exactly happened? Please tell me. What happened? I just entered the city this morning. Fortunately, Niu Pai Huang's disciple waited for me. He said that you asked Niu Pai Huang to make something. Niu Pai Huang couldn't make it after an entire night. He wanted to look for you, but he didn't dare to. So he blocked old He at the city gate. He didn't expect me to be blocked. This is a good blockage. Otherwise, I really don't know what kind of heartless thing you are doing. I also don't know where you got a pot of black stuff for Niu Pai Huang. That smell almost made me go see my wife immediately. You said that it can strengthen the body with just this? You said that it can prolong one's life with just this? Be a human. Aren't we losing our conscience? Zhang Feng was speechless. This was simply What a joke. The old village chief was just concerned about him. Maybe you don't have to say it. Damn it, this. Zhang Feng could only be patient and wait for the old village chief to vent his anger. Then he said, "Old man, there's something you don't know. This thing, I spent a lot of effort to get someone to get it from an overseas immortal mountain. Didn't you always want to ask why Dr. Sun is always on the mountain?" When the old village chief heard that this thing was actually brought back from overseas, his eyes almost popped out. At this time, he heard that even Dr. Sun knew about this matter. He couldn't help but be curious. Dr. Sun knows about this? Of course he knows. During this period of time, Dr. Sun was on the mountain looking for the medicinal materials for this thing. All the medicinal materials are mixed together, which is why there is such a smell. Think about it, even Chinese medicine is so bitter, let alone this? This is a real treasure. I spent tens of thousands of gold leaves to exchange for it. The old village chief couldn't help but be fooled by Zhang Feng. He was so distressed that he almost cried. "You prodigal, such an expensive thing, you? How can you bear to make it? Tell me first, how much can you make from this thing? Can you break even?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Chapter 882. What kind of logic was this? What else could he say? However, he knew that the old village chief was doing this for his own good and was afraid that he would be led astray. Although he felt warm in his heart, Zhang Feng still couldn't stand it. He quickly pressed the old village chief onto the stool and said, "Old village chief, I know your good intentions. Look at the paper mill. Under your leadership, it has become the only source of income for our academy. However, basketball is different. Do you know about the mid-autumn hunt?" Mid-autumn hunt? The old village chief narrowed his eyes. "I do know a little about this old man, but now that I think about it, it seems that the mid-autumn hunt has already started. That guy, that scene is simply..." Zhang Feng's face stiffened. He hurriedly interrupted the old village chief's recollection and said, "Didn't the higher-ups order us to participate in the mid-autumn hunt?" "What?" "The emperor ordered you to participate in the mid-autumn hunt." The old village chief exploded. He stood up from the stool with a loud thud. The mid-autumn hunt. It wasn't something that ordinary people could participate in. Usually, only the nobles, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, and even the emperor would participate in this grand event. Those who were qualified to participate in the mid-autumn hunt were usually from the Imperial College. Now that the old village chief thought about it carefully, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Could it be that our White Deer College is also qualified?" Seeing Zhang Feng nod, the old village chief immediately became excited. In an instant, the old village chief excitedly walked around the tavern with his walking stick. A moment later, the old village chief was about to run out. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly stopped him and asked, "Where are you going now?" "What can I do? It's such a big event. We have to go back to Shao Mountain and tell the people in the streets so that we can buy some firecrackers to set off." Zhang Feng was speechless. All right. Just calm down a little. I'm worried about this matter. You said that people usually prepare for the mid-autumn hunt, but you also know that White Deer College was only established this year. Who would have thought that we would participate? Moreover, the preparation time is 10 days from now. No, not counting today, there are still 9 days left. The old village chief cracked his fingers and couldn't help but feel anxious. 9 more days. This, Zhang Feng said, not being prepared is secondary. The main problem is that we can't find a Kuju team or anything else. However, if we don't participate in this mid-autumn hunt and offend the emperor, the entire academy will lose the qualification to participate in the imperial examinations 3 years later. So, do you think I'm anxious? Then, you made this basketball for this? Yeah. Otherwise, why would I come down here when I was perfectly fine on the mountain? When the old village chief heard that, he became anxious. Wasn't the purpose of establishing an academy for the imperial examinations? Putting aside whether he could participate in the imperial examinations, if he offended those high-ranking officials, who knew what kind of high hat Fengzi would put on him? The old village chief couldn't help but be so anxious that his voice changed. Then, Fengzi, what are your plans? It wasn't easy for a golden phoenix like you to appear in Tonghui Lane. Don't be anxious. Aren't we letting Niu Pai Huang make that thing? As long as he makes it, I'm confident that I'll win the mid-autumn hunt in 9 days. Really? The old village chief was overjoyed. Seeing Zhang Feng nod his head, the old village chief couldn't help but ask worriedly, then the rumors in Chang, saying that this ball, it was made by this boy. Only this way can we attract the attention of those high-ranking officials. Otherwise, with only 9 days' time, what do you think we can use to fight with them? You know about the Imperial College, right? Zhang Feng directly made the old village chief confused. At this moment, he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that civilians didn't fight with officials. Most importantly, if they didn't do well during the mid-autumn hunt, they would lose their heads. After thinking about it, the old village chief hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng and ran out. Let's go, this is such an important matter. You don't have to worry about leaving it to that B** starred. Even if you give him a year or 10 years, that idiot can't make it. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, let's go find someone for you. If it doesn't work, I'll throw away my old face and go beg Mr. Bosher. Zhang Feng asked in surprise, why? You can't make Niu Pai Huang? This was really beyond his expectations. The old village chief sighed and said, what kind of brain does he have? How can a pig brain compare to you? This is such an important matter. Aren't you afraid that he will mess it up? When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head. However, Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped the old village chief. Old village chief, I have a very important matter for you now. You must prepare it now. Otherwise, we will all be beheaded when the time comes. When the old village chief heard this, his hand trembled and the walking stick that was poking the door fell to the ground. What is it? Go back now and tell your son to find a few honest men to squat at the brewery for me. Other than the 3 elders, no one else is allowed to enter. Also, I, Feng Zi, will pay for their food and wages. Don't ask me why. Anyway, there are things that are more important to me than my life. Also, I plan to let the mid-autumn hunt people come to our school for a meal during the mid-autumn hunt. So, I'll have to trouble you to help me arrange it. When the old village chief heard this, he raised his hand and was about to hit him. However, in the end, his hand turned into a finger and pointed at Zhang Feng's forehead. He lamented, hey, prodigal. How much money will it cost? Chapter 883. Although the old village chief said so, but he still listened to the old village chief's words. After stomping his feet sorrowfully, the old village chief hurriedly ran away. He ran even faster than the young people. But on the way, Zhang Feng could faintly hear the old village chief bragging to the passers-by. My Fengzi is going to invite the official of the mid-autumn hunt to the academy. The official of the mid-autumn hunt is going to the academy. In response, Zhang Feng just smiled. Having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. This saying was indeed true. Although the old village chief and Zhang Feng were not blood-related at all, Zhang Feng was too lazy to investigate what happened 8 lifetimes ago. But now, the entire Tonghui Lane people treated Zhang Feng as someone closer to them than their own family. This seemed to be a characteristic of this era. One's glory was shared. Perhaps it was also called, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. When a person becomes famous, the people on the street will also benefit from it. And Zhang Feng did not forget this group of honest and straightforward old neighbors. Sure enough, this group of people did not waste his efforts. Each of them treated Zhang Feng as their ancestor. On the mountain, everyone in Tonghui Lane, as long as they saw anyone who dared to do anything to harm the academy or themselves, they would immediately go and find that person to settle the score. As for the salary mentioned earlier, previously, Dugo was almost beaten down by the old village chief with a stick because of this matter. As a family, you want to give Lao Tzu money? Who do you think you are? In the end, Du Dabing could only give a thumbs up and put the extra money into his pocket. He turned around and threw the matter of giving out money and food to the people in Tonghui Lane. He was too lazy to care about it. There was no way to care. The people in Tonghui Lane all had sharp eyes. If you were not careful and gave out the wrong money and food, you would be scolded. Would Du Dabing dare to do such a thing? He couldn't wait to spend more time reading books. Zhang Feng put his hands behind his back and tidied up his appearance. Then he slowly came to the front of Niu Pai Huang's workshop. Apparently, Bull Skin Yellow had been scolded. At this moment, it was squatting at the door dejectedly, pulling at its hair. Once it saw that its savior, Zhang Feng, had arrived, it almost wanted to cry. Ji Dong entered the room and placed the pot of rubber outside the door. Prince Zhang, Lord Zhang, I am slow-witted and do not dare to delay your important matters. Please find someone else. What are you talking about? Don't say that. Let's talk nicely. Zhang Feng couldn't help but secretly scold the old village chief. Why is an old man like you doing things exactly the same as Old Ox and the others, so impetuous and impatient? Pulling the cowhide up, Zhang Feng looked at the cowhide and the boiling sheepskin in the pot and said, It's my fault. I was busy yesterday and forgot to tell you. Come, let's go in now. I'll teach you how to cook it. As long as you do it well, I promise you'll live a good life in the future. You'll live a better life than old he. Really? Bull Skin Yellow scratched his shiny bald head and asked. Zhang Feng spread his hands. Do you think I will lie to you? As soon as they entered the door, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, Do you have pig urine here? What do you want that unlucky thing for? Don't worry about it. I'm just asking you if you have it or not. Bull Skin Yellow thought for a while and didn't say anything. From the pile of dirty horse things that had just been peeled off, he took out a white bloody thing and said, I don't have pig urine. Will this sheep urine do? Zhang Feng nodded. Blow it full of air and tie it up. Bull Skin Yellow's face was full of suspicion. But after seeing that Zhang Feng was not joking, he called his most obedient disciple and let him blow the sheep urine full of air. The urine was very strong and tough. Zhang Feng planned to use this thing as the inner pulp of a basketball. Otherwise, this rubber wouldn't have been able to determine his nature. After a while, the little disciple handed a transparent sheep urine that was one size bigger than his head to Zhang Feng with a flushed face. Zhang Feng took it in his hand and looked at it for a while before asking, Bull Skin Yellow, let me ask you. This thing, is there any way to deal with it? It is very capricious and can guarantee that it won't leak? Bull Skin Yellow stared at the sheep urine in a daze. This thing, apart from being edible, could also be made into other leather bags. He really didn't know if it could work. I have only made cow urine leather bags, money bags, and water bags a few times. As for this thing, I'll give it a try. Zhang Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. Okay, you just do it according to the method of making water bags. And heat this thing up for him. It will be useful later. Under the command of Zhang Feng, the whole workshop took action. Bull Skin Yellow also wanted to know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He reluctantly removed a cow urine water bag hanging on the wall and handed it to Zhang Feng. Then, Zhang Feng signaled him to sew layers of cowhide on the outside of the water bag and let the cowhide completely cover the cow urine. This was a tedious thing. Under Zhang Feng's personal demonstration, Bull Skin Yellow cut a good cowhide into the size required by Zhang Feng under his wife's murderous gaze. Together with his disciple, he used the sheep tendon thread to sew all the cowhide pieces on the cow urine. When the sun was about to set, a simple basketball was finished. At this time, Bull Skin Yellow and the people who came to watch the fun all stared at the ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He took the wooden spoon from Bull Skin Yellow's hand and said, Look carefully, this is the most important point. The cowhide is cut along one side, and this thing is called rubber. If you pour it now, you have to pour it horizontally, ladle by ladle. There can't be any gaps. While speaking, Zhang Feng held up the basketball wrapped in cowhide with a triangular claw. Then, he put the basketball on the rubber pot and stirred the rubber ladle by ladle. At this time, everyone's eyes were wide open. They wanted to see what this Lord Zhang, President Zhang, was going to do. After pouring it 6 times, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the crowd and said, Okay, it's done. Chapter 884. Waiting was the most torturous time. It was the most appropriate time for Niu Pai Huang at this moment. The words of his little disciple and the old village chief in the morning kept buzzing in his head. Blowing the horn. At this moment, As he looked at the pitch-black object that Zhang Feng had just finished pouring, he could not associate it with the object that could strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. But Zhang Feng had said it was done. So the crowd could only wait. As the crowd waited, Zhang Feng finally squeezed out of the crowd and came to the outside of the workshop. He was gasping for air. He did not know how much of the poisonous gas of rubber he had inhaled. At this moment, he did not know whether it was because he had not exercised for a long time or something else, but he actually felt a little dizzy. It was not easy to smoke a cigarette, so the situation was a little better. Zhang Feng was too lazy to go in. He shouted inside the door, "Niu Pai Huang, touch it and see if the surface is dry. If it is, throw it into the bucket and let it soak for 10 minutes. Then take it out." At this moment, the people at the door of the left room were looking at the ball eagerly and talking about it. Seeing Zhang Feng talking, a bold person could not help but squat beside Zhang Feng and asked, "Prince Zhang, what is this thing you are making now? Is it the basketball that was talked about in Chang, and today?" Seeing that someone had asked the key point, Zhang Feng was also happy. He gave a cigarette to that person and lit it for him personally. The happy person almost fainted. He was dizzy and puffing on the cigarette. The people at the door were no longer in the mood to admire the black ball. Instead, they looked at the cigarette in Zhang Feng's hand and the guy's smoke with envy. Zhang Feng was not maroon. At this time, he had to be generous. He generously took out a red sandalwood box carved with patterns and handed out cigarettes one by one. And the crowd was even more excited. What was this? It was a blank piece of paper. It was a cigarette rolled out from a piece of white paper that was rumored to be magical in Chang and city. Other than the prodigal Zhang Feng, who would dare to use such a good thing to spoil others? However, it was said that this cigarette was also a good thing. Although there were people who smoked in Chang and city, there were very few people who could smoke like Zhang Feng. Even for many people, it was their first time seeing this thing. At this time, many people put the cigarette under their nose and sniffed it. He just couldn't bear to smoke it. At this time, Zhang Feng said, "This thing is a basketball. It's something I thought of a few days ago when I was on the mountain." "Does everyone know about Kuju now?" Everyone nodded vigorously. Zhang Feng continued, "For this Kuju, the only people who can afford to play it are the aristocrats, but for us commoners who can afford to play it? Who has time to play, right?" So, this kid was thinking, look, where is this place? This is Changhe. It's under the feet of the emperor. We, the people of Chang, and represent the face of the Tang dynasty. This thing can't be lost, right? That's why I was wondering if I could make something like that nutritious porridge so that everyone could have something to play with during their leisure time. As for whether this thing can strengthen the body, whether it can relax the muscles and circulate the meridians, this can only be discovered by you slowly in the future. Prince Zhang, do you mean that we can all play with this thing? The kid sitting next to Zhang Feng asked again at this time. At this time, even the dark-faced wife stared at Zhang Feng, feeling incredulous. Zhang Feng nodded. "Yes, that's right. I've already asked people to make it. Not only will there be it in every market in the future, but when the time is right, I'm willing to pay. If any of you play it well, I'll give you money. If any of you are outstanding, we'll hold basketball games twice a year in the future. If you win, I'll agree to 3 of your requests. If I ask you to marry me, will you agree?" At this time, a girl asked in surprise. When Zhang Feng heard this, his scalp instantly went numb. However, before he could speak, the people of Tonghui Fang scolded the fat girl and chased her away. "As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I, Zhang Feng, can do it," Zhang Feng hurriedly added in the end. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel ecstatic. Although they did not know if playing this could strengthen their bodies, they could earn money and also get a promise from Zhang Feng. This was a rare opportunity to soar to the top. Who was Zhang Feng? He was the dean of White Deer College, the youngest hereditary viscount in Chang. Was there anything to say about this future? Everyone's eyes could not help but become fervent. At this time, Zhang Feng saw Niu Pihuang, who was in a daze at the back of the crowd. He waved his hand. Only then did everyone remember what they were here to do. They hurriedly opened up a path and looked at the black thing in Niu Pihuang's hand. The entire black ball was filled with lines left behind by pouring. There were also many traces of dripping on one side of the ball. Obviously, this was the bottom of the basketball stand. Zhang Feng took the basketball and subconsciously made the gesture of taking the ball in a basketball court in his previous life. He could not help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, the crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the black ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Finally, Zhang Feng moved. To be precise, Zhang Feng finally threw the black ball in his hand onto the ground under everyone's shocked gaze. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 885. The basketball was a good basketball. Although the material was a little problematic, it was still okay. However, the air was not enough. Zhang Feng could not help but start to worry again. He patted the basketball twice and asked, "Niu Pai Huang, can your bellows inflate this thing? Just at the hole you left, inflate it, and plug it with the cork from before." This, Niu Pai Huang could not help but frown together. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Let's go see your bellows." The principle of the bellows was the same as the inflator, but one was something that was dozens or hundreds of times smaller, and the other was something that could only stay in one place. The two entered the kitchen. Niu Pai Huang's landlords and workers in the kitchen all looked at Zhang Feng excitedly, especially the black ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Their eyes were burning. After Zhang Feng greeted everyone casually, he squatted in front of the bellows and looked at it. But after thinking about it, Zhang Feng felt that it was not possible. Looking at the remaining rubber, Zhang Feng could not help but have an idea. "Niu Pai Huang, go and find me a 7-foot-long bamboo tube as thick as an arm," and so on, until one end is only as big as this seam. Niu Pai Huang heard it and suddenly understood. He hurriedly ran out with the hatchet. What was this? This was Zhang Feng imparting skills. The previous bone-strengthening powder and the nutritional porridge business, he had been envious of it for a long time, just because of a word. That was strengthening the body. Not to mention those things that Zhang Feng made later, which one of them was not a business that made a fortune. At this time, Niu Pai Huang seemed to be worried that his wife was at home. He was afraid of annoying Zhang Feng, so he twisted his wife's ear and dragged her out of the door. Zhang Feng glanced at the door, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Let's go. 3 days at most, and you'll be able to play this thing. I hope everyone here can help me spread the word when the time comes." Although these people didn't know what publicity meant, but the gist of it was that he wanted them to take it out and say it. How could the crowd not agree? They happily promised and ran away. Zhang Feng finally has time to study the basketball's valve. It was easy to make a basketball, but once the air valve was not done properly, this thing would be useless. Cow urine was made of tough material. There was naturally a reason why it could be used as a water bag for desert travel. Zhang Feng did not doubt this, but this was where the difficulty lay. How to make these two things fit perfectly was the key. After pulling out the cork, Zhang Feng looked at the sunlight outside the window and studied it. He couldn't help but think of the cork on a portable water bottle in the future. In an instant, Zhang Feng had an idea. Picking up the wooden spoon, he scooped up some sticky rubber. After that, he took the bowl of cold water that Niu Pai Huang had poured for him. Raising the wooden spoon high, he let the rubber in the spoon converge into a silk thread and drip into the bowl. When Zhang Feng saw that it was almost done, he picked up a cylindrical rubber stick that was thinner than a chopstick. He drew on the basketball's air inlet and dipped it in layers of rubber to make it the same size as the air inlet. Then he smeared the rubber on the air inlet. After doing all this, Zhang Feng carefully aimed the rubber stick in his hand at the air inlet and pressed it into the air inlet. After a while, Zhang Feng picked up the basketball again and soaked it into a water tank. Then he squeezed the basketball hard. After all, there was still air in the basketball. After repeated tests to make sure that there was no possibility of air leakage, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the basketball was finally completed. What was left was the inflatable cylinder. As long as the inflatable cylinder could perfectly pierce through the air inlet's rubber, everything would be perfect. "Prince Zhang, you done just like that?" The sudden voice really startled Zhang Feng. He turned around and saw that it was Cow Leather Huang's little disciple. Zhang Feng asked, "You saw it all?" The little disciple nodded. Zhang Feng asked again, "What's your name?" "My name is Guotaibao." "Prince Zhang, you can call me Xiaobao." "Guotaibao? Tufel? Good name." Zhang Feng couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. The ancient people's attainments were simply at the peak, especially reflected in the name. It was simply, "Xiaobao, did you see all the steps I just took?" Hearing this, Guotaibao thought that Zhang Feng was going to blame him. He was so scared that he hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Prince Zhang, I didn't mean it." Guotaibao was so anxious that he was about to cry. "Please don't tell my master and mistress, or I'll lose another layer of skin." Zhang Feng joked, "It's fine if you don't want me to say it. Let me ask you, did you remember the steps I just took?" Zhang Feng heard this and nodded. "Good, then from now on, the matter of making this basketball will be handed over to you. Remember, this skill is not allowed to be spread, or you'll be beheaded. Do you understand? If it gets out, not only will your head be lost, your whole family and your master's head will also be lost." Guotaibao was scared out of his wits. In an instant, Zhang Feng smelled an unpleasant urine smell. This guy, so easily frightened? Zhang Feng frowned and covered his nose. "When your master comes back, ask him to make an inflatable cylinder. As for how to make it and how to inflate it, I don't care. If I don't see him tomorrow morning, I'll find someone else to do this job." Chapter 886. Chang'an City was not a big place, but it was not small either. Even the slightest thing could spread throughout the city in an instant. Last night, out of nowhere, an unusual sound was heard. It was rumored that Zhang Feng, the dean of White Deer College in Shaoshan, had been observing the sky at night and had a great revelation. After the bone-strengthening powder and the nutritious porridge, he had come up with another activity that everyone could participate in. It was a good thing that could strengthen the body, relax the muscles, and prolong one's life. Moreover, it was something that Sun Simiao, the miracle doctor, and the 4 great Confucian scholars had spent a month to come up with. Basketball. In an instant, the new word, basketball, spread like wildfire in Chang'an City. The main reason was that this thing was not like the bone-strengthening powder, which could only be used by the rich. It could be used by any ordinary person. This time, everyone was in an uproar. However, at this moment, everyone was shocked to find out that another incredible thing had happened in Tonghui Lane. They saw that under the big willow tree at the entrance of Tonghui Lane, a group of women who were bored out of their wits were squatting under a big willow tree and chatting. When a group of people from Tong Hui Fang passed by and talked about something, the group of women couldn't help but block the group of women from passing by. "Did you just say that Prince Zhang should pay for the basketball?" The moment they asked that question, it became a big deal. More and more people gathered around. At this time, money was the most difficult to earn. Moreover, Shao Mountain, which had always been regarded as a land of evil, was now full of people and no longer hiring. Therefore, as soon as there was a rustling of grass in the wind, everyone pricked up their ears. The people in Tonghui Lane were naturally those who had just witnessed Zhang Feng's miraculous deeds from Niupihuang. "Do you see what this is?" The young man who had been sitting next to Zhang Feng held up half a cigarette in his hand excitedly and said, "This is a cigarette. It's a cigarette that only the Confucian scholars from White Deer College can enjoy." Hearing that, everyone was shocked. F***ck, where did you steal this from? I heard that Prince Zhang went back to the tavern. Did you guys go there to steal? Hearing this, the group of women could not take it anymore. He was about to step forward and grab that person, preparing to send him to the authorities for punishment. That person was also anxious. "Which eye of yours saw that I stole it? Let me tell you, Prince Zhang personally lit this cigarette for me and handed it to me. F***ck, Zhoubapi. It's good enough that you didn't steal it. Prince Zhang is such a noble person. Why would he speak for you?" This person, Zhoubapi, was very famous in this area. This was because he had a history of theft 3 times and had been paraded through the streets 3 times. It was hard not to know him. At this moment, he was actually holding something that only the rich could enjoy. The crowd didn't even need to think about it. Nero Zhou was also anxious. He pointed at the crowd behind him and said, "Look at their ears. That's Prince Zhang's cigarette." And they all saw it. At the entrance of Niu Pai Huang, Prince Zhang personally gave all of us cigarettes. If you don't believe me, let's go to the authorities now. I'll definitely sue you for framing me. Hearing that, the women finally saw that everyone who came out of Tonghui Lane had the same cigarette in their ears and hands. They could not help but be shocked. Did Prince Zhang really give these to us personally? The people from Tonghui Lane straightened their backs as if they were presenting a treasure. They looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and let the cigarette in their ears leak out. The onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They hurriedly asked, "Nero Zhou, no Master Zhou, tell us, what did Prince Zhang say? Why would he give you such expensive cigarettes?" "He begged me." Nero Zhou stroked the large black mole at the corner of his mouth and was extremely proud of himself. However, after waiting for a long time and seeing that no one was begging him, he could only rub his nose embarrassedly and say, "Prince Zhang is simply a god descending to the mortal world. Didn't an old Taoist say that Chang and Emperor Ziwei had descended to the mortal world? In my opinion, Prince Zhang must be that Emperor Ziwei. This ball was made by Prince Zhang when he saw how pitiful we were. We didn't have enough to eat or wear, so he made the bone-strengthening powder that only exists in the heavens. However, those damned rich bastards took it for themselves. In the end, Prince Zhang got angry and stopped making the powder. Instead, he made this thing called a basketball. This thing is amazing." Nero Zhou became more and more excited as he spoke. More and more onlookers gathered around. Even Niu Weili, who had a splitting headache early in the morning, appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. "Kid, tell me, what did Brother Zhang come up with this time?" Nero Zhou was very excited. When had he ever been so awe-inspiring? This was all given to him by Prince Zhang. When he saw someone calling Prince Zhang brother, he immediately said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? How can you call Prince Zhang a brother?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nero Zhou saw Niu Weili. The people around them unconsciously took a few steps back. Nero Zhou could not help but swallow his saliva with great difficulty. He knelt on the ground with a thud and said with a sobbing tone, "Lord Niu, I was talking nonsense. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level." Chapter 887. How could Niu Weili be in the mood to argue with him? Yesterday, he didn't know what kind of wine Zhang Feng gave him. He didn't even know how he got back. He just heard from the servants that he was thrown from a carriage to the gate of the county government. He wanted to visit Zhang Feng early in the morning. He also wanted to see if he could get some lucrative jobs. For example, the security of the market under the hill. Now, the market under the hill was even more awesome than the two big markets in Cheng. The tax revenue was simply enviable. But before he arrived at Tonghui Square, Niu Weili saw a group of people gathered together. Zhou Bapi, who was standing on the stone lion head at the gate of Tonghui Square, couldn't help but come up curiously. Then he heard this good news. His eyes lit up. At this time, he didn't care about Zhou Bapi's bad record. He waved his hand and said, "If you tell me everything in detail, I'll pretend that it didn't happen. If you lie, I'll punish you for the crime of dishonoring an official of the imperial court." While speaking, Niu Weili stared at Zhou Bapi and said, "At least 80 beatings, and then throw him into the mine." Hearing this, Zhou Bapi panicked. Lying on the ground, his whole body trembled. "Master Niu, you're so merciful. I was just talking on the spur of the moment. Prince Zhang himself is a god. How can ordinary people dare to claim kinship with him? So I'm just defending Prince Zhang's reputation. I don't mean anything against Master Niu. Get up and talk." Niu Weili was just scaring this guy. He didn't intend to punish him. Seeing this, Zhou Bapi hurriedly got up and said loudly, "Last night, you should all know about the basketball, right?" Niu Weili frowned, looked at the private advisor beside him and asked, "What's a basketball?" The private advisor paused and quickly told Niu Weili about the basketball in detail. Hearing this, Niu Weili couldn't help but change his expression. Once again, he listened attentively. Nero Zhou seemed to have regained his excitement from before, but he didn't dare to climb up the stone lion. He raised the remaining half of his cigarette and said, "Prince Zhang just made a basketball at Niu Pai Huang. Moreover, I heard that it took the 4 great scholars, divine doctor's son, and a few others several days of painstaking effort to boil this pot of material. That thing is incredible. With a light pad on the ground, he can jump up 10 feet high. And Prince Zhang also said that from now on he will build a basketball court in every street and alley. Everyone, old and young, can play basketball and strengthen their bodies. He wants us to prolong our lives together. Not only that, Child Zhang even intends to award it to those who perform well out of his own pocket. Additionally, the winner of the annual basketball match in Tongshan Mountain could get a promise from Child Zhang within his ability. What's more, Child Zhang even intends to award it to those who perform well. In other words, you can make a request of Prince Zhang. Buzz! Instantly, the hundreds of officials were in an uproar. What? Prince Zhang is simply a god descending to the earth. This good thing not only doesn't cost money, but will also give us money? Oh my god! Really, the god has opened his eyes. Niu Weili was also stunned at this time. Why didn't he hear Prince Zhang mention such an important thing yesterday? Niu Weili couldn't listen to it anymore. He hurriedly squeezed through the excited crowd and ran to Zhang Feng's pub. What happened here, once again, spread out like a gust of wind. East Market. The market square was very quiet now. There were only a few merchants who were listlessly huddled together, playing poker to relieve their boredom. At this time, the appearance of a group of people instantly cheered up these businessmen in the East Market. They shouted again, but this group of people didn't come to buy things. He looked around and then told the people what he had just heard at the entrance of Tong Hui Fong. Let me tell you a good thing. First, don't tell anyone. You should have heard of Prince Zhang, right? He's the dean of White Deer College. He just made a basketball. And that thing can shoot up as high as the city wall with a single hit. I also heard that this thing can not only prolong life, but also cure all kinds of diseases if you lick it and eat it. Not only that, Prince Zhang is going to reward those who play basketball well with his own money. Hearing that, the people in the East Market were in an uproar. The situation in the West Market was also the same at this time. It's true. You should have heard of Master Niu from the Chang and local government, right? Master Niu said it himself. That thing can cure all kinds of diseases. After playing for a long time, Prince Zhang will arrange a good job for you in Shao Mountain. Not only the East Market and West Market of Chang and Avenue. Even the reclining lane and the places where the 3 provinces and 6 departments were located had heard the news at this time. At this time, Wei Jing listened to the report of his subordinates and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Fong Xianling and asked, Master Fong, what do you think about this matter? In the palace, Li Shimin, who was playing cards with Li Yuan, couldn't help but laugh after learning about this situation. Hearing that, Li Yuan asked and couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. What the hell is this guy doing? Maybe this guy is preparing for the mid-autumn hunt. Chapter 888. When Li Shimin heard this, he thought for a moment and said, calculating the time, it seems that it's time for the mid-autumn hunt. However, we won't be able to see such a wonderful thing. When Li Yuan heard this, he said, first, calculate the money from the last round clearly for me. Li Shimin was somewhat speechless, but he really didn't have a single copper coin on him. He looked at the palace maids around him. Only then did he pay off the debt. Li Yuan was like a miser, holding copper coins and said, if you want to see, after this guy finishes the mid-autumn hunt, or before the mid-autumn hunt, we'll go to Shao Mountain together. In any case, Old Man is also the honorary vice dean of White Deer College. It's not too much to go and inspect this basketball. When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Imperial Father is right. While speaking, Li Shimin asked faintly, Little Gizi, I heard that Yu Qiyu, Duke of Yi, and the others went to the small tavern one after another yesterday? Little Gizi bowed and hurriedly said, replying to your majesty, retired emperor, Yu Qiyu stayed in the tavern for an hour. After she went out, there was nothing strange. This servant feels that nothing happened. However, Duke of Yi and Duke of Lu stayed for about 3 hours. And then, Little Gizi carefully explained the matter of the crown prince and the others visiting Zhang Feng. At this time, Li Chengqian also hurried from Shao Mountain to the Imperial Garden. When Li Shimin saw that Li Chengqian's expression was strange, he waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Only then did he point to the stone bench at the side and said, "What matter do you have that you don't pay attention to your image?" Li Yuan also looked at Li Chengqian with a smile and asked, "Qian, do you have any good news to tell me? Imperial grandfather still understands your grandson." Li Chengqian hurriedly flattered him. Li Shimin heard this and snorted to express his dissatisfaction. However, Li Yuan did not give him the opportunity to ask. He asked, "Yesterday, I heard that you turned the entire palace upside down in search of briquette?" "Yes, it was Feng Zi who told me to look for it. Furthermore, he said that only this thing can maintain the temperature of the furnace to a higher degree and then smelt steel." Oh! Hearing this, a hint of shock flashed across the faces of Li Yuan and Li Shimin. The matter of the firearms, the impenetrable shield, and the invincible spear had always affected the two of them. And the source of all of this was the need to obtain steel. Now that the two of them actually heard good news from Li Chengqian's mouth, they couldn't help but be even happier. "TSK, tell me in detail. This isn't something you want to talk about, right?" Li Shimin waved his hand and laughed. "Just as Imperial Father said, this isn't the case. The mine that Imperial Father has always been interested in has taken shape." Hearing this, Li Shimin was shocked. He quickly looked around and shouted coldly in the distance, "Clean up the Imperial Garden. Without my order, not a single mouse is allowed to enter." Then Li Shimin and the other two fell into a short silence. Mines had always been an important thing that troubled Li Shimin and the Tang dynasty. Now, the iron blocks, coal mines, and gold and silver mines of the Tang dynasty were all in the hands of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This was something that Li Shimin and Li Yuan had always been unable to let go of. At this time, they actually heard this matter again from Li Chengqian's mouth. They couldn't help but think of something in an instant. After a bird's cry came, Li Shimin asked, "Qian, why do you say that? Did you find a coal mine?" Li Chengqian smiled bitterly and said, "If only I had that ability." It was Feng Zi who guessed where there was a coal mine in Erpi Ridge of Lantian County. Well, how did he know? Li Yuan and Li Shimin couldn't help but ask in unison. Coal was not important. It was very needed in winter and the daily needs of the palace. However, this thing had always been in the hands of those nobles. Under their wolf-like eyes, it was very difficult to find scattered playthings. However, not to mention coal mines, even if there were other minerals that needed a large amount now, as the emperor of a country, he actually didn't know much about them. This was the worry of Li Shimin and Li Yuan. The main reason was that they didn't have talents who specialized in mining like the aristocratic families. Now that Zhang Feng appeared, the two couldn't help but find a way to get rid of the nobles. Although it was easy to push Zhang Feng to the opposite side of those aristocratic families by doing so, Zhang Feng on the mountain now had settled the four great scholars, and Li Yuan took the initiative to become the honorary vice president. If they wanted to make a move on Zhang Feng, they had to think about it first. In that case, he would have to weigh the pros and cons first. Moreover, if it was as Zhang Feng had said, he would be able to create this gun that was even more terrifying than the invincible spear in a short period of time. Then what was Li Shimin afraid of? At that time, no matter what Guanlong 8 great families, as well as those 5 families and 7 families, they would all tremble under his power. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but become more intense. "Tell me, is this matter confirmed?" Li Chengqian shook his head and said, "It is because of the importance of this matter that I sent out countless loyal people last night, and then hurriedly returned to the palace to report." Good. Li Shimin nodded in appreciation. "It seems that I made the right choice to let you follow Feng Zi. This is the way a monarch should do. Before doing anything, you must first think clearly about the pros and cons of the matter." Li Shimin put his hands behind his back. After wandering around the pavilion in the middle of the lake, he said, "I will give you a secret edict. Quickly let Niu Jinda send someone to personally go and do it according to Feng Zi's method. You must not leave Chang. Otherwise, if those damn flies smell it, it will be troublesome." Li Chengqian heard this and said, "I obey the edict." Chapter 889. These 2 days, Chang, and was not peaceful. Everyone stared with wide eyes, waiting for the basketball to appear. And in the palace, ever since Li Chengqian bid farewell to Li Shimin and Li Yuan, he went to Empress Zhangxuan's place to pay his respects, then hurriedly left the palace. In his bosom, he carried a letter that Li Yuan wrote to Zhang Feng. Thinking of the contents of the letter, Li Chengqian could not help but be speechless. This retired emperor actually asked the person in charge of construction to build a basketball court in the palace that was dedicated to him. Although this request was nothing much, who would dare to do something that had never been seen before? Who would be able to bear the responsibility? Originally, Imperial Father was building a private residence for you, but you didn't even look at it. Instead, you gave it to Zhang Feng. Li Chengqian couldn't help but feel jealous. That private residence, the amount of money spent as well as the design, were all of a higher standard than the palace. The main reason was that Li Shimin wanted to take care of Li Yuan's life, so he did everything he could. But now, this damned brat, he didn't even look at it. Looking at the groggy Wang Kong, Li Chengqian could not help but sigh. All the good things were taken away by the pig? Oh, isn't this young Master Li? At this moment, Li Chengqian disguised himself in the sedan and prepared to slip away to Tong Huifang. However, when he turned around, he bumped into an acquaintance. A fair-weather friend of his when he was stubborn in Chang. Seeing Li Chengqian now, the person also looked at the sedan in surprise and said, "What, did young Master Li just slip away from home?" Li Chengqian chuckled perfunctorily. That person grabbed Li Chengqian and asked mysteriously, "I just heard a piece of news. Brother Li, you're at White Deer College, have you ever heard of basketball?" Li Chengqian asked in surprise, "You know about it too?" The youth wearing a pink gown glanced at Li Chengqian and said, "Brother Li, are you doubting my intelligence? Who in Chang and doesn't know about this?" However, just now, when I was in Swallow Descent restaurant, I heard that someone was currently transporting large amounts of wood outside the city, as well as some kind of cement that is said to be able to instantly turn into stone. Do you know about this matter? Li Chengqian grew impatient. Brother Mo, feel free to speak your mind. I still have an important matter to attend to and meet the dean. If there is any delay. When that person heard this, he also put away his joking expression and said, "To be honest, I really do have some matters to attend to. Brother Li also knows about the matter of my father working in the Ministry of Works. Today, after learning about the miraculous effects of the cement, I was thinking of doing some renovations to my residence. That was why I thought of Brother Li. Right now, it seems like Brother Li and Principal Zhang have quite a deep relationship, so..." Li Chengqian's eyes narrowed slightly. "You want cement?" "Yeah. As long as Brother Li is willing to help me with this big favor. I've heard that a thief from the previous dynasty was caught and his whole family was escorted back to the capital. One of the women was simply an outstanding beauty. When the time comes, I'll use my connections to send her to Brother Li's residence." Li Chengqian had also heard of this matter. Although he was tempted, how could he have the time and mood to think about it at this time? At this moment, a cold and somewhat charming voice startled the two of them. "Isn't this young Master Li? Young Master Li is also going to Prince Zhang's tavern?" The voice was very charming. When the pink-clothed youth heard the voice, he was completely dumbfounded. He slowly turned around with a love-struck expression. What entered his eyes was a pair of charming eyes under the curtain of a carriage, causing the youth's saliva to flow all over the ground. Li Chengqian knew who the person was the moment he heard the voice. He had also seen the power of this woman. Not daring to meet her eyes, he bowed and said, "Li Chengqian greets Miss Yu." That's right. The person who had come was Yu Qiyu. When the pink-clothed youth saw that the two of them knew each other, he hurriedly wiped the saliva off his mouth and stepped forward to bow elegantly. "Mo Zizong greets Miss Yu." Who was Yu Qiyu? Although she had not seen thousands of such debauches, she had seen hundreds of them. Therefore, she automatically filtered out Mo Zizong's words and looked at Li Chengqian instead. "Brother Mo, let me give you a word of advice. You're a femme fatale." Then he continued Yu Qiu's words. "That's right, we're going to the tavern. Why did Miss Yu come today? Because of the basketball matter." Yu Qiu invited Li Chengqian into the carriage, but Li Chengqian refused. This made Yu Qiu a little surprised. She pursed her lips and said, "Could it be that young Master Li is afraid of me? Miss you, or what are you saying? Feng Zi is still waiting. You go ahead first. I'll catch up later." What a joke. Li Qingqian did not dare to provoke this woman. Probably only that pervert Feng Zi could control such a poisonous scorpion. The pink-clothed young man couldn't help but stare blankly at this scene. Especially Li Qingqian's actions just now. It was completely different from the young Master Li he knew. Could it be that this woman was really so afraid? However, this was not important. Damn it. They did not even talk about the proper business. While Mo Zizong was beating his chest and stamping his feet, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin's subordinates, a large number of soldiers from the Chang and military camp, disguised as ordinary people, entered Chang and city gate with a large amount of wood. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin rode on big horses. Although ordinary people would not be able to resist the two of them because of their makeup, their ferocious faces were still frightening. When the people surrounding Chang and city's gates saw the carriages full of wood, they could not help but exclaim, "Could these people be craftsmen from Shao Mountain? Are they here to build a basketball court?" Chapter 890. The people who built the basketball court had entered the city. This news spread like wildfire among the commoners. In an instant, countless people gathered behind the carriages. They wanted to see how these pieces of wood could become the rumored object in the hands of these people. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong wandered around Chang and city for a while. Then, Yu Qigong turned his horse's head and said, "Why don't we build one at the entrance of Tonghui Lane?" Cheng Yaojin nodded. "You don't say. This place is connected to all directions and connects the east and the west. If we build it here, not only will it highlight Feng Zi, but it will also make Tonghui Lane's reputation soar." "Okay, let's do it here." The two of them discussed and decided on the matter. On the other side, Niu Weili first went to Niu Pai Huang's workshop. When he did not see Zhang Feng, he went to Zhang Feng's tavern with Niu Pai Huang, who had just finished making the basketball. At this time, Zhang Feng was already sleeping soundly under the crooked tree at the entrance of the tavern. The two of them did not dare to disturb him. They squatted beside Zhang Feng with the basketball in their arms and waited. Not long after, Yu Qiuer's palanquin slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the tavern under their gazes. When Niu Weili saw the standard on the sedan chair, his scalp went numb. "Well, wait here. I'll come back another day." After saying that, Niu Weili used his running speed to escape from here. Seeing this, Niu Weili's yellow skin was stunned. What a joke! That was the sedan chair of Duke Yi's residence. Others might not recognize it, but as a small county magistrate of Chang, and how could he not recognize it? On the first day he came to Chang and City, the first thing he did was to remember all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang and City. The symbol on the carriage was the best proof. Niu Weili's back could not help but break out in cold sweat as he ran. Yesterday, he also noticed the carriage and the woman in it. Although he had never seen her before, he knew that she could ride the carriage of Duke Yi's residence and walk around in such a flashy manner in Chang'an City. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that this person wasn't someone they could afford to offend. In addition, he had heard from others yesterday that this woman had only left the tavern after a long time. If she wasn't close to Prince Zhang, who would dare to do so? Today, he came to find Zhang Feng to ask for a favor. If that sentence offended the person who came, then his life would be over. However, before Niu Weili could walk out of Tong Huifang, he saw two tall and burly men riding horses in front of Tong Huifang. Niu Weili, who had a stomach full of anger, finally found a way to vent. After tidying up his clothes, he appeared at the entrance of Tong Huifang with a gloomy face and coldly shouted, "Stop! Who are you? Don't you know you can't ride a horse in Chang'an City?" Hearing this, Yu Qigongqing and Yu Qigongqing were all stunned. The soldiers were more interested in watching a good show. The surrounding officials and common people looked at Niu Weili with ridicule. It was indescribably strange. Niu Weili's mind was still in a mess, so he didn't notice the strange atmosphere. He stepped forward and scolded, "Where are the barbarians from? Don't you know the law of Chang'an City? Get off the horse quickly, or follow me to the Chang'an local government. Ordinary." Before he finished, Nyo Whaley's knees went soft and he knelt on the road, trembling all over. Hey you, who is this fool? Qing Yaojin looked at Nyo Whaley in surprise and asked. Yu Qigong didn't know. He scratched his head and said, I don't care who he is. Let's do what we should do. Later, we'll find Fengzi for a drink. You two, get off the horse quickly. This is the county magistrate of Chang and local government. Yesterday, he became friends with Prince Zhang. They are brothers. Puff. Before the onlookers finished, Nyo Whaley spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a trembling voice, I didn't know it was you two. I'll get out of here. Please continue. Pretend you didn't see me. As he spoke, Nyo Whaley staggered to his feet and scrambled away. Damn it. Why were these two gods of slaughter here? Although the two of them were in disguise, he still remembered the jade plates on their belts. There were 5 green dragon tokens given by the emperor. Yu Qigong, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, Niu Jinda, Qin Xiong and Qin Shubao. These 5 lords were told on the first day in the Chang and local government that they couldn't be provoked. To think that I would be able to see 2 of them today. And judging from their figures, they were the most difficult to deal with, the devil Qing Yaojin and the reckless Yu Qigong. Damn it, what was wrong with Lao Tzu today? Nyo Whaley wanted to cry. However, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were confused. But judging from Nyo Whaley's behavior, this old guy seemed to have recognized them. Lao He, it seems that you're not doing a good job. Yu Qigong joked. Qing Yaojin pointed at a soldier and said, Go, follow the county magistrate and tell him what we're here for. The soldier, who was also strong, shook his shoulders and threw a small wooden stake on the ground. He clenched his fists and followed Nyo Whaley with a sneer. Chapter 891. Move faster. Don't move the floor tiles. You mother ***, go measure it and erect the wooden stake. If Feng Zi is not satisfied, Lao Tzu will skin you alive. You mother ***, what are you going to do with such a small piece of wood? Send it to Feng Zi to light the fire. You, and the 2 of you, you can't even move a stone lion. What's the use of you? Scram, go back and get a whip for Lao Tzu. Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, a pine tree with a diameter of 3 feet and a height of 3 feet was erected at the entrance of the market. This scene stunned everyone. Nero Zhou, who was in the crowd, mustered up his courage and flashed half a cigarette in his hand. He asked, Sir, what are you doing? Yu Qigong glanced at Nero Zhou and his gaze fell on the cigarette in his hand. He frowned and asked, Is this from Tong Hui Fong? Nero Zhou heard this and quickly nodded. Seeing this, Yu Qigong said lazily, Isn't this the basketball court that Feng Zi was talking about? Lao Tzu built a basketball court for you. What are you doing? You're embarrassing Feng Zi. Don't you know how to help? Basketball court? And it was the first basketball court to be built in Tong Hui Fong? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, but then they felt ashamed. It was such a thick piece of wood. It was really difficult for these children to lift it. They could not help but feel embarrassed and rushed forward to help. Nero Zhou's eyes rolled when he saw this. He also ran over to follow or shout to the soldiers who were digging the hole. The miraculous matter of the basketball court being built in Tong Hui Fong was out of control. The people of Chang, and who had nothing better to do, all came forward to see this strange thing. However, when they saw the wooden stake that was much higher than the entrance of the market, all of them could not help but gasp in shock. My mother! This was not something ordinary people could play with. It was so tall. How could it be thrown up? In no time, the news of Tong Hui Fong building a magical basketball court spread like a whirlwind. Zhang Feng also woke up amidst the commotion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Niu Pai Huang squatting beside him, which gave Zhang Feng a fright. Seeing Zhang Feng wake up, Niu Pai Huang grinned. That mouthful of yellow teeth made Zhang Feng feel nauseous. Done? Zhang Feng hurriedly asked. Niu Pai Huang was so excited that he handed the basketball that Zhang Feng had modified the air valve to Zhang Feng. The basketball was simply polished, and Su Rian looked slightly rough. However, this was the effect that Zhang Feng wanted. As for the appearance, Zhang Feng didn't care. It wouldn't be too late to think about the patterns after the market opened up. Zhang Feng took the basketball and pressed it. The air of the basketball was very strong. He tried to pat it. If it weren't for the Tang dynasty, Zhang Feng would really think that this thing was also a time traveler. Not bad, you did a good job. I'll write you a note later. You go to Shao Mountain and ask the old village chief for money. From now on, I'll buy each of these things at a price of 1 million. How about that? 800 copper coins? This price made Niu Pai Huang tremble with excitement. Even with the addition of the whole piece of cowhide, the total cost was less than 30 copper coins. Niu Pai Huang couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. Why do you need to go to Shao Mountain? Can't I just give it to him now? At this moment, Li Qingxian's voice sounded from beside the palanquin. Zhang Feng looked over and only then did he notice Yu Qiyu, standing beside Li Qingxian. She was wearing a peach-colored gauze dress and holding an oil paper umbrella. Seeing the two of them, Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a question in his mind. You too? Li Qingxian hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't misunderstand. We just met on the road. Besides, you were sleeping soundly. Miss Yu couldn't bear to disturb you, so I told her about you. Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. Seeing this, Yu Qiyu slightly bowed and said, greets Prince Zhang. I haven't seen you for a day, but Prince Zhang's complexion looks better. My goodness, your grandma's leg. Seeing you, Lao Tzu feels uncomfortable everywhere. However, Zhang Feng only dared to criticize in his heart. After seeing Li Qingxian give Niu Pai Huang a banknote, he smiled and cupped his hands. However, Zhang Feng didn't invite the two of them in. Instead, he asked, What's going on the street? Did the people on the mountain come back? It's so noisy. Li Qingxian was stunned. You don't know. What do I know? Hearing their conversation, Yu Qiyu couldn't help but smile and said, Let you explain. It's at the entrance of Tonghui Square. Cousin and old Chen are building the basketball court Prince Zhang mentioned. Zhang Feng nodded when he heard this. He patted the basketball in his hand, but it was snatched away by Li Qingxian. Out of curiosity, Li Qingxian slammed it on the ground, giving Zhang Feng and Yu Qiyu a fright. The basketball suddenly rose several feet into the air, then bounced off the roof of the tavern and went to another place. Li Qingxian couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, what's that? Did that ball spread its wings? Chapter 892. F***CK. Zhang Feng looked at the basketball that disappeared in the air and couldn't help but burst out with a classic phrase. Yu Qiyu and Niu Pai Huang, who were about to leave, were stunned. Zhang Feng didn't have time to scold Li Qingxian. He ran after the basketball. Yu Qiyu glared at Li Qingxian and also lifted her skirt. She didn't even want the umbrella. Like a butterfly, she chased after Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang, wait for me. Li Qingxian finally reacted. He looked at his own hand, then looked at the yellow leather that was looking at him with bad intentions. He shouted, Why aren't you looking for the ball? If you lose the ball, this young master will strip you and make you into a basketball. As he spoke, Li Qingxian took a step forward and followed after him. This was the first basketball. Naturally, he knew the value of this ball. Otherwise, with Zhang Feng's character, he wouldn't care if he lost it. Why would he chase after it? At most, he would just make another one. There were only 8 days left until the mid-autumn hunt. At the entrance of Tonghui Fang, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin looked at the busy crowd. They squatted on the side of the road and smoked while pondering about the magic of this basketball. When they were talking about it, the two old men couldn't help but shout angrily. At this moment, Yu Qigong finished his cigarette and was about to add a second one. He heard a dong sound. Someone suddenly slapped his head from the top of his head. Instantly, the cigarette in his mouth went into his throat. It was so hot that Yu Qigong slapped Qing Yaojin's face. Qing Yaojin was so angry that he shouted, Are you F***king itching for a beating? Yu Qigong was also anxious. What? Do you want to move around? Lao Tzu provoked you. How dare you slap Lao Tzu's head? Look at Lao Tzu's mouth. It's full of F***king blisters. Mother F***ker, who the F***ck allowed you to smoke? It's like you're doing something. Can't you be more refined? Thump, thump, thump. Just as the two of them were about to fight, a strange sound suddenly rang out beside them. The two of them weren't mortals, so they instantly noticed the bouncing black ball. Gong, on the other hand, was even more imposing. He grabbed Qing Yaojin's collar with one hand and punched him with the other. In an instant, that black ball, under everyone's gaze, quickly flew out and bounced off the basketball that had just been erected not far away. Then, it once again flew back to Gong's face at an even faster speed than before. This time, Qing Yaojin was dumbfounded. Gong also heard the sound of the ball breaking through the air. When he turned his face, it just so happened that his big face was in close contact with the basketball. Boom! Gong was, after all, a martial artist. The power of his punch was naturally different from others. At this time, after the basketball slowly bounced away, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, 2 long streams of blood gushed out from Gong's nose like spring water. At this time, everyone looked at the strange thing and sucked in a breath of cold air. The dignified Duke of Yi was actually sneakily attacked by a hidden weapon? In an instant, the soldiers who were working were all excited and were about to surround the ball. Some of them even chased after the basketball. They kicked and punched and kicked it even more vigorously. The onlookers burst into laughter. At this time, Nero Zhou looked at Gong's nose with some confusion and then looked at the black thing that everyone was chasing. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Isn't that Prince Zhang's basketball? Who brought it here?" At this time, everyone was stunned. They looked at the basketball in astonishment. Qing Yaojin, who was laughing at Gong, and Gong, who was rolling up his sleeves in a rage, were also stunned. Gong wiped the blood from his nose and angrily pointed at Nero Zhou. "Boy, let me ask you, are you sure that this thing is Feng Zi's basketball? If you dare to lie, Lao Tzu will tear you apart alive." Nero Zhou was obviously frightened by Gong's fierceness. He said with trembling legs, "Master, this is really Prince Zhang's basketball. Today at the entrance of Niu Pai Huang, everyone saw it." "Yes, Master, this ball was made by Prince Zhang. I also saw it at that time, but it didn't look so lively at that time." Hearing that, all the onlookers could not help but be shocked. "What? Are you sure this thing is Prince Zhang's basketball? Why does it look so strange? Oh my God!" At this time, Gong and Qing Yaojin could not help but be secretly shocked. This thing, they finally knew how to use it in the military. This damn thing was simply prepared for the training of sharpshooters. "Come on, catch it for me. Mother****, who told you to kick it? If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it even if I kill you." Finally, the group of bandits became obedient. After a while, they caught the basketball and respectfully handed it to Gong. Qing Yaojin wanted to play, but Gong pushed him aside. Bang! Gong smashed it hard on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the basketball suddenly rose several feet into the air. Gong could not help but be amused. "Hey, this kid is really king talent." Chapter 893. Qing Yaojin had long been itching to play. Seeing that Gong was not paying attention, he kicked him aside and grabbed the basketball. He hugged the basketball with both hands and laughed. Old you, I said you don't know how to play. You really don't know how to play. Let me show you how I play." While talking, Qing Yaojin almost used all his strength. He raised both hands above his head and was about to throw the basketball down. At this moment, Zhang Feng's angry voice also sounded not far away. "Stop!" Bang! But it was too late. The black basketball in Qing Yaojin's hand had already broken countless willow branches in an instant and rushed into the sky under Zhang Feng's frightened, distressed, and angry eyes. For a moment, Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with distress, anger, and an impulse to kill. Yu Li Chengqian, Niu Pai Huang, and the others who were following closely behind were even more shocked. Especially Li Chengqian, whose face changed instantly. At this moment, Qing Yaojin and Gong also noticed Zhang Feng's face. The onlookers also noticed his face. After a commotion, the crowd could not help but slowly retreat. Hey, Feng Zi, don't be so stingy. Isn't this the way to play this thing?" Cheng Yaojin saw Zhang Feng's face and his heart skipped a beat. But who was he? He was Cheng Yaojin, a pain in the ass. He touched his nose and could not find anything. As for his face? What was that thing? He really did not know what it was. Seeing this, Nero Zhou rolled his eyes. Seeing that no one cared about the basketball falling down, he hurriedly rushed up and wanted to catch the basketball to take the credit. But when he opened his arms and waited for the basketball to fall into his arms, a pair of big hands swayed in front of him and the basketball steadily fell into Yu Qigong's hands. And he coldly glanced at Nero Zhou. This glance made Nero Zhou tremble all over. They hurriedly retreated to the back of the crowd, not daring to move. At this time, Zhang Feng finally caught up. He angrily snatched the basketball and looked at it with distress. He almost covered it under his buttocks. Motherf *Ker, Lao Tzu hadn't even played the ball when it was ready. Motherf *Ker, Lao Tzu was almost reimbursed. Are you guys stupid? If Lao Tzu doesn't have a ball during the mid-autumn hunt, Lao Tzu will fight it out with you. Cheng Yaojin finally realized that something wasn't right. Under Li Chengqian's gaze, he hurriedly asked, "Feng Zi, this isn't how you play it?" Zhang Feng looked at the scratches on the ball with heartache and said fiercely, "What do you think? If I let you guys play like this, Lao Tzu wouldn't be able to do it. I'll just let you guys do it." This ball suddenly hit his face. "Look, it's bleeding. I don't know where it came from, so in order to avenge my brother, I can only do this. I thought it was some kind of hidden weapon." The more Cheng Yaojin said, the more guilty he felt. In the end, he couldn't help but stare at Li Chengqian and ask, "What's the matter with this ball? Why did it grow legs and run over here?" "It's him, master. It's not my fault. It's him. He took it from Prince Zhang, and then just like you just did." Niu Pai Huang betrayed Li Chengqian without any sense of loyalty. In his opinion, Feng Zi was known for being honest and always being bullied. Who didn't know that Li Chengqian was stubborn? Seeing the disaster, Niu Pai Huang immediately stood on Zhang Feng's side. Li Chengqian was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. "Well, I didn't do it on purpose. Hey! So it was you who did it? Come. Look at my nose, look at my mouth. Don't you know how useful Feng Zi's basketball is? You took it out to tease old man? How could Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin let go of such a good thing?" They immediately stood up and began to blame Li Chengqian. "Days. There are only 8 days left. Feng Zi put in a lot of effort. Do you think it's easy for him? What are you thinking, kid? And you go. Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk about you." As he spoke, Yu Qigong pointed at Yu Qiyu, wanting to say something. Although Yu Qiyu was wearing a peach-colored veil, her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. She looked as if she had been wronged, causing Yu Qigong to smack his lips and turn around to vent his frustration at Li Chengqian. "Let's stop acting, okay?" Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. He quickly stopped everyone. How could he not know that they were acting? However, Zhang Feng's words caused them to be stunned. "What's acting?" Zhang Feng instantly exploded. "How the **CK would I know what acting is? Let me ask you, do you think Lao Tzu is a bully? When Lao Tzu is ruthless, he even beat up his own people. Do you think I'm a coward?" They were speechless. Knowing that Zhang Feng had said the wrong thing, he was infuriated. Otherwise, how could he have said such a stupid thing? Now that Zhang Feng was angry, they did not want to get into trouble. He could only accept whatever Zhang Feng said and smile sheepishly as he apologized. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. As for the soldiers, they were already doing what they were supposed to do. They did not even dare to look. Which son of AB** would dare to get into trouble at this time? That was simply courting death. That was King hysteria. Chapter 894. After Zhang Feng sulked for a while, he calmed down for a while. Li Chengqian hurried forward and pressed Zhang Feng down on the steps. He let him sit down and wiped his back to help him breathe. At this point, Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand weakly and said, "Okay, I'm not angry anymore. I'm very happy. You did a good job with this basketball. The quality of this thing is very good." Zhang Feng tried to put on a smile that was uglier than crying. He touched his chest with one hand and tried to calm himself down. At this time, he would be courting death if he quarreled with these two hooligans. Moreover, he would be laughed at for no reason. Yuchiyu couldn't listen anymore. After seeing Zhang Feng's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Yuqigong stared at her fiercely, but it didn't work. "Do you have a cigarette?" Zhang Feng said calmly, but he still held the basketball tightly. "Yes, yes, yes." Yuqigong hurriedly handed Zhang Feng a cigarette. He lit it for him. Zhang Feng sat on the ground and took a few deep breaths. Then he tried to calm himself down. Looking at the two big pillars not far away, he asked, "What is this thing?" Zhang Feng was really angry at this time. A basketball was a small matter, but if there was a problem with this thing, he really couldn't be sure whether he could make another one in 8 days. The most important reason was he was running out of rubber. Looking at the remaining rubber in the pot, it was the limit to make 5 more. And this was the situation when he first started. If it was Niu Pai Huang, who knew if he could make 3. It would be great if there were steel wires, at least it was durable. Otherwise, if it was given to these people, he was sure that if they kept playing like this, in less than 2 hours, even if there were 10, they would all be finished. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. After stroking the basketball in his arms and making sure it was fine, Zhang Feng's anger subsided a little. However, after seeing the 2 poles, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded again. He really couldn't understand why such a big piece of wood was erected here. With the help of the soldiers, Yuqigong managed to stop his nosebleed. He said, "Isn't this the club you made according to the method you said? Is it wrong?" Zhang Feng dared not say it was wrong. He was afraid of being beaten. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Not bad, but yours is a little big. Old you, do you think anyone can jump so high? Are you sure that from a few years old to a 70 or 80 years old woman can compete with your physical strength?" Zhang Feng asked as he pointed to the hoop on the cue stick that was 4 meters above the ground. Yuqigong scratched the back of his head. "That's what you said. Who knew that this thing needs to be jumped? Such a small ball, I can easily throw it in. Don't talk about a ball, I can even throw such a big lump of metal into it. Do you think everyone is like you?" Zhang Feng stared at Yuqigong with an expressionless face. Yuqigong's face stiffened when he heard that. He then smiled awkwardly and said, "Then what do you think we should do? The pole is already erected. Tear it down. What else can we do?" Zhang Feng's entire body was about to crack. It was such a simple thing that even a fool could think of. Why couldn't he? Do you think everyone is as big and burly as you are? At that moment, Li Chengqian and Yuqiyu also looked at Zhang Feng and Yuqigong arguing with each other with a stunned expression. They couldn't help but look at each other. Their expressions were indescribably shocked. At that moment, Yuqigong and Zhang Feng argued for a while. Under Zhang Feng's threat of quitting, they finally compromised. "Then what do we do if we tear it down?" "Come, Li Chengqian. Bring me a pen and paper." Zhang Feng finally couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly waved his hand and took the opportunity to hold back the blood in his throat. Li Chengqian, who had caused trouble, ran faster than a rabbit. He got a pen and ink from somewhere and tossed a piece of white paper to Zhang Feng under everyone's envious gazes. Zhang Feng took the pen and paper and started drawing on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks, wanting to see what Zhang Feng was up to. Zhang Feng wasn't an art student, but at that moment, he had the illusion that he was forced to be one. Everything had to be drawn clearly, and even the dimensions were clearly marked. Moments later, a proper backboard appeared before everyone's eyes. "That's it?" Yuqigong's eyes widened when he saw that. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have told me earlier about such a simple thing. Look at this mess. It wasn't easy for me to get this freshly cut wood from Peng Mountain. It's all ruined now." Zhang Feng clutched his chest and trembled in anger. Yuqigong continued to hammer his head and sigh. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Feng was completely mad. He turned to Qing Yaojin with lifeless eyes and said, "Old Shen, where's your saber? I want to chop someone up." Chapter 895. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly carried Zhang Feng back to the tavern. They didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Yuqigong and the others hurriedly went to find a carpenter, swearing that they would finish this thing before nightfall. Only then did Zhang Feng stop. At this time, Yu Qigong felt refreshed. The grudge of being tricked by Zhang Feng had been avenged. Although he had gotten his revenge, Yu Qigong knew the seriousness of the matter. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly went to the marine training ground. When it came to wood, and ready-made wooden planks at that, where else could there be? Without a doubt, it was the marine training ground. As for what to do after it was done, Yu Qigong didn't think about it. As long as they dared to ask him for it, he would just give them the wood shipped to Chang'an City. On the other side, at this time, the desolate mountain wasn't so peaceful. The old village chief carried a belly full of good news and spread it along the way. He wanted everyone to know about Zhang Feng's great achievements. In the end, everyone was shocked to know about the dean's plan. Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao looked at the old village chief who was smiling so widely that his wrinkles were blooming. They asked anxiously, "Did he say when he'll be back? How can he be there alone?" The old village head blinked, but in the end he decided to hide the matter of Yu Qiyu. However, he could still deceive Zhang Yuyao. As for whether he could deceive Jing Shu, that was unknown. After reporting that he was safe, the old village chief didn't disturb them anymore. He got up and ran to the waterfall. At this time, Yu Shinan and the others had already entered Zhang Feng's living room. As soon as they entered, they asked in surprise, "Old village chief, what is that kid up to at the foot of the mountain again?" Without waiting for Yu Shinan to finish, Sun Simiao also came up and asked, "Old man, just heard that Feng Zi spent a month with us at the foot of the mountain to come up with a basketball formula. Old village chief, tell me, what is this basketball? Why doesn't old man know?" The old village chief was stunned. Just as he was about to thank them, he was stunned when he heard what they said. "What? You don't know? What do we know?" Yu Shinan's face stiffened. He snorted coldly and said, "Looks like it's that brat's doing again. He hasn't done anything yet. You're going to accuse us of something that doesn't even exist? If this goes on for a long time, what will happen?" Sun Simiao was even more anxious. His entire life's reputation. Although he knew that Zhang Feng's medical skills weren't shallow, he didn't even know about something that could prolong one's life. How could this kid know? If something went wrong after eating it, wouldn't that be terrible? Sun Simiao couldn't help but hurriedly step forward and pull the old village chief's hand, asking, "Old village chief, hurry up and tell me, what is this thing that can strengthen the body and prolong life like?" The old village chief thought about the black thing and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He asked, "You don't know what's in the pot?" Pot. Hearing this, the old village chief suddenly understood. This is bad. That brat even lied to me? Yu Shinan and the others couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They hurriedly asked, "Why don't you tell us what that brat is doing first, and then we'll see what we can do. That brat is very sly." "How would I know? I don't know where he got a pot of black stuff from, and the smell is even worse than the toilet. By the way, do you know about cowhide yellow? The guy who cooks cowhide yellow?" The more they listened, the more confused they felt. Their hearts couldn't help but thump. "Didn't you say that Feng was tinkering with something? Why did he go to that place? Could it be that he went to look for cinnabar? But what's there in that place? Where is there cinnabar? That brat said that he was tinkering with some kind of basketball, something that could be used to deal with this mid-autumn hunt." The old village chief stomped his feet anxiously. As he spoke, he prepared to run down the mountain. The others hurriedly pressed him down on the bench. Yu Shinan looked at Zhong Rin suspiciously and asked, "Believe me, do you remember that brat said that he was tinkering with something to deal with this mid-autumn hunt?" "Yes, I remember, but what if that brat is up to something unorthodox? Then what will we do?" The few of them couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this brat was tinkering with a basketball? They couldn't help but surround the old village chief and tell him everything that he had heard and seen in detail. The more they listened, the more confused they became. Although they were certain that Zhang Feng was up to something and wasn't cheating, they didn't know the specifics. They couldn't help but call Zhang Sun over and ask him to go down the mountain immediately to see what Zhang Feng was up to and report back as soon as possible. As for Zhang Yuyao, she couldn't help but sit at the side and choke as she listened to everyone's words. As she sobbed, Zhang Yuyao glared fiercely at the few of them and said over and over again in her heart, "Prince Zhang is risking his life at the foot of the mountain, and you bunch of old men are here talking nonsense. Aren't you ashamed?" Chapter 896. Zhang's son had been so busy these past few days that he felt like he was about to fly. On one hand, he had to deal with the smelting workshop. On the other hand, he had to deal with the mobilization of the people on the mountain. He and Cheng Chumo were so tired that they were about to collapse. But just now, he was finally free. Yu Shernan had personally ordered him to immediately go down the mountain and ask what the hell Zhang Feng was trying to do. When Zhang's son heard this, he immediately got up from the stool and ran off. Cheng Chumo and the others were so angry that they cried out that the heavens were unfair. Zhang's son went down the mountain, got a horse, and galloped towards Chang'an City. Along the way, he saw people from the military camp. At this time, they were pulling large and thick lumber in an endless stream. They were lining up to transport it to Chang'an City. After asking around a little, Zhang's son found out that these things were actually going to build a basketball court? What kind of thing is a basketball court? Zhang's son was suspicious as he galloped. The closer he got to Chang'an City, the more people were talking about this. When he reached Chang'an City, the things that entered his ears were all about strengthening one's body, relaxing one's muscles and meridians to prolong one's life, and so on. He even heard some people talking about what kind of magical thing Zhang Feng from Tong Huifang had made. He could fly more than 10 feet high with a single jump. This made Zhang's son even more confused. What was Feng Zi doing? Before he could go to Yanlai Lu to have some fun, Zhang's son urged the date red horse to gallop into Tong Huifang. The originally sparsely populated Tong Huifang was now extremely crowded. Zhang's son couldn't help but slow down. By the time he arrived at the entrance of Tong Hui Square, the place was already filled with commoners who wanted to join in the fun. There were also vehicles loaded with piles of wood. Even the roadside was filled with piles of wood. From afar, Zhang's son saw a familiar face. He hastily called over one of Yu Qigong's soldiers. This soldier was once one of the stubborn ones in Chang. His father was a subordinate of Zhang's son Wuji. There was once when they went too far and almost burned down Yanlai restaurant. When the Ministry of Works demanded an explanation, this kid took the initiative to take the blame for Zhang's son Chong. Furthermore, Zhang's son Chong was also very generous. With a drink, he bribed Yuchi Baolin and allowed him to enter the military camp. Now that they met again, the two of them sighed. However, Zhang's son couldn't be bothered to ask about his well-being. Wouldn't it be fine if he invited him to Yanlai Lu to book a place for him after he was done? Let me ask you, what is going on? As Zhang's son spoke, he took out a cigarette from his bosom and handed it to the young man. The young man was too lazy to refuse. After taking out a lighter, he said, "I suggest you go and ask your brother." That kid was almost angered to death. Zhang's son was even more curious. "Why don't you tell him properly?" However, the young man only chuckled and pointed at Yu Qigong's red nose. "Your brother is really AF * king talent. See that? No blood on his blade. He didn't even appear, and he made this yaksha blush." Zhang's son Chong looked in the direction of his finger. He saw Yu Qigong with his hands on his hips and angrily shouting at the crowd while rubbing his nose. There was even a dog skin plaster stuck on his nose. That look was simply, seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Zhang's son Chong threw the reins in his hand and hurried to the tavern where Zhang Feng was. And inside the tavern. At this moment, Zhang Feng could no longer see a trace of anger on his face. This made Li Chengqian and Yu Qiyu very puzzled. Li Chengqian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Could it be that you were faking it just now?" Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and placed his feet on the table, rocking the recliner. He pointed at his temple and said, "Think again. See if you've improved after being with me for so long." Li Chengqian was stunned when he heard that. A hint of surprise flashed across Yu Qiyu's beautiful eyes in an instant. She couldn't understand Zhang Feng more and more, and the mysterious attraction on Zhang Feng was what attracted her the most. Especially after coming to Chang and hearing the things that Zhang Feng said and meeting Li Chengqian, Yu Qiyu wanted to get Zhang Feng even more. Otherwise, how could someone as handsome as Zhang Feng, who didn't have a wife for the time being, Bian Lai restaurant songstress and a young lady from a small family Bi Zhangfeng's wife. Were they even worthy? At this moment, Li Qingqian was frowning and smoking a cigarette. After wandering around the tavern for a long time, he said, "Fengzi, do you mean to attack Wei to rescue Zhao?" Yu Qiu was stunned when she heard that. She couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Li, what do you mean by attacking Wei to rescue Zhao?" Of course, she didn't know. However, for Li Qingqian, who knew about Zhang Feng's plan to rescue India, he could still remember a little of it. After all, it had only been less than 10 days since that incident. Zhang Feng nodded, then shook his head. Not bad. That's a little interesting, but it still doesn't make sense. How is this attacking Wei to rescue Zhao? Li Qingqian's frown deepened when he heard that. As the crown prince, he was more anxious than anyone else, especially when Zhang Feng suddenly gave you a test without anyone noticing. He was even more anxious. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng said leisurely, "Think about what I did today and everything that happened since you heard about me talking about basketball. This is my test for you. If you complete it, I'll give you a big gift. If you can't answer it, your credits this year, hee hee."